We are deeply honored, ladies and gentlemen, to have in our midst the Honorable President joining us back, Honorable President of the International Solar Alliance Assembly. We request all the dignitaries to please be seated. We have joining us back on this head days, Shri Prahlad Venkatesh Joshi ji, the Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and the Honorable President of the International Solar Alliance Assembly. Joining us back on the dais, His Excellency, Mr. Benoit Fahako, Special Envoy for Climate, former advisor to the French President, and lead negotiator at COP30 and the co-chair of the 8th session of the ISA Assembly. We welcome back on the dais Shri Ashish Khanna, Director General, International Solar Alliance. His Excellency Mr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Mr. Kumara Jayakodi, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Energy, Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. And His Excellency Mr. David Abiamofo, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Natural Resources, Republic of Suriname. We welcome the esteemed dignitaries gracing this dais, and we welcome back the excellencies and the distinguished dignitaries seated in the audience. We will start very shortly. I would also like to apprise you, ladies and gentlemen, that in the first part of the plenary session, agenda items 1 through 18 have been deliberated upon, keeping agenda item 12 scheduled separately, which will be held from 12 to 12:20 hours. So it's from 12 p.m. to 12:20 p.m. During this high-level session, we request you, excellencies and distinguished dignitaries, to please keep in your seats, keep seated, and no sudden movement is permitted during the high-level session. So we advise you to please be with us in the room itself. And due to the presence of the VVIP joining us shortly, security personnel have also been deployed across the venue. We request everyone to kindly cooperate and follow their directions at all times. And we also, at this juncture, urge you, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to please refrain from clicking any photographs on your phones. So photography and videography at this high-level session is prohibited. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Right after the high-level session, at 12 p.m., we will continue with the plenary session to deliberate on agenda item 12. And then we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1400 hours, which is 2 p.m., for the thematic sessions.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise to welcome the Honorable President of the Republic of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji. You may now please be seated. It is our greatest privilege to receive the Honorable President of India at the 8th session of the International Solar Alliance Assembly today. This moment is made even more special as it coincides with a decade since ISA's announcement at COP21 in Paris. A decade of collective solar leadership, cooperation, and action. We are truly honored and inspired by your gracious presence today. To commence the formal proceedings, may I invite Shri Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, to deliver the welcome address.
Mananiya Rashtrapati Ji, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Honorable Co-President of the ISA Assembly, Mr. Benoit Faraco, Special Envoy for Climate, the French Republic, Honorable Vice Presidents, Ministers, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, Honorary Council, and other excellencies. It is truly an honor to privilege to address this distinguished assembly today. In the presence of Honorable President of India, whose visionary leadership and commitment to sustainable development continue to inspire us all. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance Secretariat and our entire membership of 125 countries, I extend heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished delegates who have traveled from near and far to join us in this shared endeavor to make solar energy the cornerstone of a sustainable and inclusive global future. This assembly is also a milestone moment in ISA's journey. It marks 10 years since the idea of the International Solar Alliance was first conceived in 2015 at COP21 in Paris. A decade ago, ISA was born from a simple yet powerful idea that the sun unites us all. Today, that idea has grown into a global alliance of 125 countries, representing nearly 3/4 of humanity. In these 10 years, ISA has transformed from a bold vision into a living institution, one that brings together nations, innovators, and communities under the shared belief that solar energy is the most democratic form of power, accessible to all, owned by none, and shared by everyone. For me personally, this moment carries deep meaning. From standing before this assembly last year, sharing my vision for what ISA could become, to now standing before you as its new Director General, presenting what ISA is becoming, represents both gratitude and excitement for me. We are at a pivotal moment in solar journey in the world. It took 25 years to do 1,000 gigawatt of solar, just 2 years to reach 2,000, and we will reach 4,600 in next 4 years. 70% of that is going to happen in Asia, giving an onerous responsibility to a Global South institution like International Solar Alliance. As part of this responsibility, we are using this assembly to launch aggregation platforms to bring together all our member countries. For the first time in ISA's history, we are launching Global Solar Facility with a dedicated program to help our African countries through an Africa Solar Facility of about $200 million that will leverage substantial private sector investment. Another aggregation platform is Small Island Developing States. 16 of these countries have come together to do a joint procurement to get out of very expensive and polluting diesel and heavy fuel oil to embrace solar and storage using our own aggregation with other partners. The third platform is what our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi had envisioned: one sun, one world, one grid. Today, we launch a secretariat to take forward his dream into reality of concrete proposals to connect different countries over time to come. We also take our responsibility of global thought leadership of Global South. In this assembly, let me share 4 big initiatives that we will be launching. First is a community called Sunrise of bringing all 125 countries together to start working on solar PV and battery PV waste management. This is a critical opportunity for all of us to learn, build shared standards, and recycle all the materials for our critical mineral strategy. Second, we will discuss harmonizing of standards using India's experience and IEC of how we can all work towards shared standards for all 125 countries. Third, we will launch an ISA Academy and a Global Capability Center, bringing all the digital solutions of learning to all 125 countries so that wherever you are, in whatever strata of income, you have access to all the information of what solar can do for your countries. And finally, we are using this to launch some of our key flagship reports, whether it is on global solar trends, solar compass, ease of doing solar, and floating solar. These outcomes reaffirm that ISA's greatest strength lies in its collaborative spirit, programs co-created by member countries, implemented through partnership, and owned by the regions themselves. Excellencies, ISA's journey is no longer about what can be done. It's about how we are going to do it together. From Accra to Colombo, from Santiago to Brussels, we are lighting lives, building trust, and powering prosperity. As our Indian ethos remind us, Sarva Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarva Santu Nirama, may all be happy, may all be free from suffering. Let us make the sun a common language of progress and ISA a collective instrument of change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General, for that warm and inspiring welcome. Since its inception, the ISA has touched and transformed countless lives, bringing light, livelihood, and hope through the power of the sun. As we move from ambition to action, let us take this opportunity to reflect on our collective journey and the brighter future we continue to build together. May I now invite you to join us for a short film that captures the remarkable journey and impact of the International Solar Alliance.
Every sunrise carries a promise. Light can awaken life, ignite hope, and shape destiny. A decade ago, that promise became a purpose. At the Paris Climate Conference in 2015, nations imagined a world powered by the sun, where every country moves forward together. From that vision emerged the International Solar Alliance, turning sunlight into shared prosperity.
Friends, in 2015, the ISA began as a small sapling. It was a moment of hope and aspiration. Today, it is growing into giant tree, inspiring policy and action.
From dialogue to delivery, ISA began with a clear conviction. No nation should be energy poor when it is sun-rich. Today, 125 member and signatory countries work under one sun, linking ambition to action and policy to people. Together, we are proving that collaboration can power transformation across cities, villages, and islands alike. It took the world 25 years to reach 1,000 gigawatts of solar. The last 2 years alone added another 1,000. By 2030, renewables are set to grow by 4,600 gigawatts, with solar accounting for nearly 80% of that expansion. These aren't just numbers. They're proof of what's possible when the world moves as one. As president of the ISA Assembly, India isn't just participating in the global clean energy transition, it's leading it. Today, India stands tall as the third largest solar power producer in the world. It produces over 1,08,000 gigawatt hours of solar electricity every year and has achieved 50% of its installed power capacity from non-fossil fuel sources, 5 years ahead of target. That leadership has tangible impact, saving the nation nearly $46 billion in fossil fuel imports and pollution-related costs. At ISA, we're proud to carry India's solar success stories, its policy innovations, scalable models, to countries across the global south, enabling real, replicable impact worldwide. As solar scales, ISA's mission deepens, connecting grids, closing gaps, mobilizing finance, and empowering people.
Guyana, my country, is known as the land of many waters. Oriala is a remote community, and the challenges that come with providing services into remote communities, education, health.
In the past, our strategy is encouraging the farmers to produce more vegetables. So the chiller that we have in the country, it is on the second largest of the island of Praslin, whereby we have a farming community and we have a lot of hotels on that island. So farmers can use agriculture to have more income, and using solar energy is one of the ways to cut down the cost of production, and it will help us achieve increasing food security for the island.
Problem with during summertime, we have lots of vegetable fruits coming up. But then if we don't have a storage, then the problem would be during the winter time from where to get it. Solar Alliance has come in the right time. So this has become a good support to our food security also.
Renewables are now accelerating faster than fossil fuels. At COP28, the global community made a landmark commitment to triple the world's installed renewable energy capacity, reaching at least 11,000 gigawatts by 2030, with solar set to lead this expansion. Since its founding conference in 2018, the International Solar Alliance has emerged as a global convener of collective resolve, bringing together leaders, innovators, and partners to make energy an enabler of people, power, and progress. The 8th Assembly of the ISA, held in New Delhi, will mark another milestone in this journey, reaffirming that under one sun, one world, and one family, we can light the future together.
Thank you. I now request His Excellency Mr. Benoit Faraco, Special Envoy for Climate, former advisor to the President of the French Republic, lead negotiator at COP30, and co-chair of the 8th session of the ISA Assembly, to address this gathering.
Honorable President of the Republic of India, Your Excellency Ms. Draupadi Murmu, Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Ms. Pralad Venkatesh Joshi, Honorable Vice President, Honorable Ministers, Director General, dear Ashish Khanna, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen in your esteemed capacities. I am deeply honored and proud to participate and to co-chair this 8th General Assembly of the International Solar Alliance with the Honorable President of the Republic of India and the Honorable Minister. It's a privilege to stand here with you, united by a shared conviction that the transition to clean energy is not only an imperative to combat climate change, but also a tremendous opportunity for growth, innovation, and cooperation, and of course, for energy security and sovereignty. 10 years ago, we launched the ISA and adopted the Paris Agreement because India, France, and many partners knew that to succeed, we would need tools like this one, tools that turns objectives into projects. 10 years ago, the ISA was only a concept. Now it's a reality. And as we approach COP30 in November, together in Belém, Brazil, we must reaffirm our commitment to the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement and start a new cycle of climate ambition by coming forward with 1.5 aligned NDC. Climate change and its terrible impact, and I will have a thought for our friends in the Caribbean who are facing these days terrible events and a very strong hurricane. Climate action will be at the core of our work for the next decade. And this Alliance, the International Solar Alliance, work directly to contribute to the implementation of COP decision, especially the decision to transition away from fossil fuel and the tripling of renewable energy capacity by 2030 as agreed as COP28. For countries that are not oil and gas producers, solar, renewable and nuclear energy means more independence and a more resilient economy. 10 years after, it's time to look backward and consider what we achieved. A decade ago, fossil fuel was the most competitive way to produce energy. It's not the case anymore. Everywhere in the world, renewable energy becomes synonym of economic performance. In just 10 years, the cost of solar photovoltaic has fallen by more than 80% according to the IRENA number. This is our collective success. And it's time now to look for the next decade. For solar energy to thrive worldwide, we must invest not only in infrastructures, but also in people. It is in this spirit that France has proudly supported the STARSEA program through successive secondments and financial contribution amounting to a total of 1.25 million euro. But yet, despite progress and growing economic viability of solar energy, a significant investment gap remains, particularly in developing economy. Less than 5% of global renewable investment goes to Africa, where the potential for renewable energy is so huge. To bridge this gap, catalytic and innovative financing instruments, such as the African Solar Facility, must play a central role. By de-risking investment and lowering the cost of capital, this mechanism can unlock unprecedented level of investment. This is why I am pleased to announce here today that France has decided to make an inaugural contribution of 150,000 euros to the African Solar Facility for the year 2025. France's commitment extends beyond this initiative. Through the French Development Agency Group, France devoted approximately 2.5 billion in 2024 to clean energy, including 400 million dedicated to the African continent. For France, priorities are clear, and we are so proud to share it with India. First, to reinforce the STARSEA program, building local and capacity skills. Second, to facilitate access to financing for developing economy, pursuing sustainable growth, and improve the whole solar value chain, which must be open and accessible to all. And third, to further internationalize the ISA Secretariat, enhancing its reach and influence across all regions. COP30 will be a COP of implementation, and together we have been pioneering in implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next decade will be about smart grids, storage, and the digital economy. It's a bright future for solar energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your continued leadership and enduring partnership in this shared endeavor. As the world's third largest solar power producer, the Republic of India, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, continues to exemplify the transformative potential of solar energy. As the presidency of the International Solar Alliance, India continues to lead by example, demonstrating how energy transition and inclusive growth can go hand in hand. May I now invite Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and the President of the ISA Assembly to deliver his address.
Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, Shri Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, esteemed Minister, distinguished delegates from across the globe, good morning to again, Namaskar. Honorable President, it is my privilege to welcome you Your presence adds the strength and meaning to our mission, reminding us that this is not just about adding the kilowatts, but about the serving a higher moral purpose. Let me also extend warm welcome to the ministers who have joined us from the other countries. Your presence reflects our shared commitment and global solidarity in advancing the clean energy future. I would like to begin by reflecting on the inspiration journey of our Honorable President. It is the journey that deeply resonates with the story of our nation. The Honorable President's life is defined not by the privilege, but by the quiet determination and commitment to the public service. First as a teacher, then as an MLA and minister, then as a governor, and now as head of the state of the world's largest democracy. Honorable President, Madam, your story is a proof that in India, no background is too humble and no barrier is too high to rise the highest levels of service. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a story of our Honorable President. It is a story of India, of India's renewable energy revolution. Some 10, 11 years ago, India was a marginal player in the global RE landscape. Yet today, we stand as a major force driving some of the world's largest clean energy projects. It is a special coincidence that millions of Indians today rose before the sunrise to worship the sun we call Surya Dev on Chhath, a festival celebrating our eternal bond with nature. It is therefore a great occasion that we are meeting today at the headquarters of the International Solar Alliance. ISA is a true symbol of global cooperation and shared purpose. For thousands of years, India has shown how faith and progress, nature and growth can move together in harmony. As I said, just over a decade ago, India's renewable energy journey was only a beginning. Our challenge was to bring light to the hundreds of millions of homes. But like our Honorable President's journey, India's story is one of overcoming the great odds and a mission of service. Service to our 1.4 billion people to ensure energy access for all and service to our planet. Today, India stands at the forefront, not just as a participant, but a leader in the global energy transition. India is now the world's fourth largest RE capacity. Renewables in 2014 compared to today, in 2014 it is 81 gigawatt of renewable energy. Today it is 257 gigawatt. That is almost 217% growth. Solar energy in 2014 it was 2.8 gigawatt, and today it is 128 gigawatt as on date. That is 4,470% growth. Solar module manufacturing capacity to 2 gigawatt in 2014. Today, it is 110 gigawatt, that is 5,400% growth. Solar cells, it was 0 in 2014. Today, it is 27 gigawatt. Wafers, it was 0, now it is 2.2. gigawatt. This transformation was led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Under his leadership, India achieved nationally determined contribution target of 50% capacity from non-fossil sources 5 years ahead of the deadline. India is the voice of the global south, and through ISA, we are turning that voice into action, helping the nations harness the solar power and share technology. India's renewable tariffs, be it solar, solar plus battery, and green ammonia, are among the lowest globally. This reflects our ability to combine the scale with the speed and skill to make clean energy affordable. The International Energy Agency projects that India will become the world's second largest renewable market. The International Renewable Energy Agency calls India an energy transition powerhouse. And the Climate Change Performance Index continues to rank India among the top performers. In fact, among G20 countries, India is the only nation to have achieved its 2030 renewable energy target as early as 2021. We have consistently been at the forefront of the global efforts to mitigate the climate change. India now ranks the third in the world in terms of the growth in power generation capacity over the past 5 years. For a nation with one of the lowest per capita emission, one of the lowest per capita energy consumption, globally, our commitment to clean energy transition is truly remarkable. In India, our guiding principle is Antyodaya, serving the last person first, last person in the queue, but serving the first. In the same spirit, our energy transition empowers the poorest. Through PM Kusum, the farmers now use the solar pumps for the irrigation, free from diesel costs, and even sell the surplus power. The PM Suryaghar Muft Bijli Yojana aims to place solar panels on 10 million rooftops, turning the families into the producer of the free, clean electricity. Producer of the free, clean electricity. The IEA has rightly highlighted India's model of distributed solar that can serve as a blueprint for the entire world. We are proving that the clean energy is not a privilege for few, but it is right for all. Under PM Jan-Man, off-grid solar is lighting the remote tribal hamlets that have waited 75 years for the power. For us, energy justice is a normal necessity. The spirit of the service extends to the world. For millennia, our civilization has played Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. May all be happy and prosperous. During our G20 presidency, our theme, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, became the world's moral compass. The same philosophy shapes the International Solar Alliance. The ISA stands as a platform for South cooperation and belief that sunlight belongs to all humanity. Our One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative builds on that vision to connect the world through a shared clean energy grid, transmitting the solar power from where the sun shines, where it is dark. We believe greatness lies not in domination, but in service, to be Vishwamitra, the friend of the world. The road ahead is long, but our resolve is firm. We have shown that the nation of 1.4 billion can overcome the odds, lift the millions out of the poverty, and lead globally clean energy transition under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. I am happy to highlight that this assembly meets as the world's witness its fastest clean energy expansion. Solar energy now over 1,600 gigawatt globally and accounts for nearly about 40% of our total renewable energy generation. Yet the progress remains uneven. In sub-Saharan Africa and small island nations, millions still live without reliable electricity. Bridging this divide demands collective ambition and equitable finance. India invites all the partners of the International Solar Alliance to join this mission to engage, energize, and empower the new global energy order together. India is now working on contribution of $25 million to the African Solar Facility under ISA to support the investment in the mini-grids and distributed renewables across Africa. This reflects our belief in equitable growth within the global South. With these words, let me thank France, our co-president, for its firm partnership and climate leadership, and commend the Director General ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, for steering the organization into a result-driven phase. This 8th Assembly reaffirms our shared determination to make solar energy a true global public good, ensuring no community or country is left behind. With these thoughts, I now invite Honorable President of India to deliver her keynote address. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Co-Chair of the 8th session of the International Solar Alliance Assembly, Mr. Benoit Foraco, Director General, International Solar Alliance, Ashish Khanna ji, Honorable Ministers of the State from Ghana, Sri Lanka, and Suriname, other distinguished representatives from ISA member states and partners, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I am happy to join you all at the 8th session of the International Solar Alliance Assembly today. As the host country and the current president of the ISA Assembly, India takes great pride in bringing together the member countries on the common platform. The ISA stands as a symbol of humanity's shared aspiration to harness solar energy as a source of inclusion, dignity, and collective prosperity. Since ancient times, civilizations in India and across the world have revered the sun as the ultimate source of life and energy. This morning, as part of Chhath Puja celebrations, devotees in various parts of India offered arghya to the rising sun and prayed for the well-being and prosperity of their families. Yesterday, I also offered prayers to the setting sun. The sun connects us all, and when treated as a shared resource, it becomes a powerful force for global good. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is affecting the entire world. Urgent and concrete steps need to be taken to deal with this threat. India is committed to combating climate change and is taking determined steps. International Solar Energy was launched in 2015, and its founding conference was held in 2018 in New Delhi. The ISA represents a significant step towards addressing this global challenge by encouraging the adoption and use of solar energy. Solar energy is a rediscovery of an ancient truth, that is, sun is the most democratic source of energy, accessible to all and belonging to none. The Solar for All initiative of the Government of India is based on this concept. Solar energy should not remain confined to the rooftop of the privileged. It should illuminate the homes of the poorest and open new opportunities for every person seeking a livelihood. Solarization at large scale will democratize energy use, enabling citizens to become active participants in building a clear and cleaner and more equitable planet. The idea of inclusion defines India's development journey. Our experience in illuminating homes in the remotest area confirms our belief that energy equity is the foundation of social equity. Access to affordable and clean energy, empowering communities, drives local economy and open up opportunities that extend well beyond the provision of electricity. In this manner, solar energy is not merely about power generation, but also about empowerment and inclusive development. Ladies and gentlemen, the participation of women in every field is crucial for inclusive and sustainable development. ISA's Solar for Sea initiative is a welcome initiative to empower women through strategic interventions in areas such as policies, financing, and skilling. It is heartening to note that across India and many member countries, women are becoming solar engineers, entrepreneurs, and trainers. They are maintaining mini-grids, operating solar pumps, and bringing light to their areas. Their leadership ensures that solar energy not only reduces carbon footprints, but also breaks gender barriers. I am confident that energy access in the hands of women will definitely transform the lives of communities. Ladies and gentlemen, India ranks fourth in renewable energy installed capacity and also in wind power. It ranks third in solar power generation. Our progress in the renewable energy sector reflects the country's commitment and robust policy framework. It is a matter of pride that the country's installed solar capacity had crossed 120 gigawatt. This is an important step in achieving India's long-term goal of reaching 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity by 2030. However, our journey does not end here. By 2050, India aims not only to meet its clean energy targets, but also to become a hub that aggregates global solar demand and drives innovation, manufacturing, and knowledge exchange. Synergy between climate action and rural prosperity is essential for sustainable development. The Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha एवं Uttan Mahabhiyan is ensuring energy security for farmers along with honoring India's commitment to increase the share of installed capacity of electric power from non-fossil fuel sources to 40% by 2030. Dear delegates, the International Solar Alliance has already made remarkable progress, including the Global Solar Facility, Small Islands, Developing State Platform, Africa's solar mini-grids, and emerging digital innovations. The next step must be deeper inclusivity, ensuring that no women, no farmer, no village, and no small island is left behind in this solar revolution. India remains steadfast in its commitment to work with all ISA member countries to build a solar-powered world, one in which every region, from the smallest island to the largest continents, prospers. As this Assembly deliberates on the way forward, I urge all member countries to think beyond infrastructure and focus on the lives of the people. I urge this Assembly to develop a collective action plan that links solar energy with job creation, women's leadership, rural livelihoods, and digital inclusion. Our progress should not only be measured through megawatts, but through the number of lives illuminated, the number of families strengthened, and the number of communities transformed. The focus should also be in technology development and on sharing latest and advanced technologies with all for maximum benefit. As we expand large-scale solar installations, we should ensure that the ecological balance of the region is preserved. After all, environment conservation for future is the very reason we are turning to green energy. As we look forward to this shared future, our responsibility is to harness sunlight wisely and share it equitably. We have to work with more dedication not only for our own countries, but for the entire world, not only for the present generation, but for the future generations. I am confident that the deliberations and decisions of this Assembly will act as a milestone in the production of solar energy, which is contribute in building an inclusive and equitable world. Together, let us strive for a brighter, greener, and more inclusive future. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
We thank the Honorable President of India for her inspiring and gracious words. Your vision for a greener and more equitable planet resonates deeply with the collective mission of the International Solar Alliance to ensure that the light of the sun becomes the light of progress for all. Please be seated, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, as we thank the Honorable President of India for this high-level session, I express my gratitude to Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, for remaining seated. Thank you so much for following the protocols for this high-level session. And with that said, it is going to be now my honor to announce that we will continue with the plenary session to deliberate on agenda item 12. And at this juncture, I'm going to request His Excellency, Mr. Benoit Fahako, Special Envoy for Climate, former advisor to the French President and lead negotiator at COP30, as also the co-chair of the 8th session of the ISA Assembly, to please begin with the agenda item 12, sir.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, the meeting of the 4 regional committees of the ISA were held during the months of June, July, August, and September 2025. The 6th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee, meeting of Europe and other regions, convened in June in Brussels, Belgium. The 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region convened in July in Colombo, Sri Lanka. The 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean region convened in August in Santiago, Chile. The 7th meeting of the ISA Committee for the African region convened in September in Accra, Ghana. The International Solar Alliance extends its sincere gratitude to the host countries, Belgium, Sri Lanka, Chile, and Ghana, for their steadfast support in organizing these meetings. The report of the 4 regional committees meetings of 2025 were shared with the Vice President of the respective regions and also provided to the member countries as contained in the working documents. I now invite the chair of the 6th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for the Europe and the other region, Federal Republic of Germany, to address the Assembly and present a brief of the committee's report. Germany, you have the floor.
Test? Okay. Honorable President, Honorable Co-President, esteemed members and signatories of the ISA Assembly, esteemed Director General of ISA, it is my honor to present before this August Assembly the key outcomes of the 6th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and other regions, hosted by the European Commission in Brussels, Belgium, and co-chaired by the Vice Presidency of Germany and Italy from 10 to 12 June 2025. The meeting mainly consisted of a presentation by the Honorable Director General on the future of the International Solar Alliance, as well as discussions among members in several other formats. During his presentation and the following discussions, the Honorable Director General noted the continued and significant growth of the global solar sector, but emphasized also the disparity in terms of the distribution of investments between higher and lower income countries. Given the urgency to accelerate just and inclusive energy transition, the Director General highlighted the evolution of ISA in both its vision and strategic direction. As such, priority would be given to the development of collaborative platforms to scale up solar deployment, strengthen energy systems, and ensure that the benefits of solar energy reach all communities. The Director General further provided updates on the STAR centers, as well as further capacity building and knowledge management, including as part of the Global Capability Center. During their interventions, several members noted the importance of translating commitments into action, also in regard to COP30, commending ISA's role in the process, including through the success of StarSea, providing catalytic finance through the Global Solar Facility and its focus on digital solutions to optimize energy systems. Furthermore, participants praised the Director General's visions for ISA and welcomed the approach of especially deepening beyond broadening the organization's efforts. Several members highlighted the importance of maximizing synergies between stakeholders engaged in growing solar and renewable energy globally, and particularly in Africa, including through deeper coordination with bilateral programs. In addition, members proposed further embedding gender strategy within ISA's institutional framework as part of its just transition principles, given the disproportionate energy access challenges faced by women and marginalized groups. Discussions among members were followed by 2 fireside chats between the Honorable Director General and Dr. Laura Cozzi of the IEA, as well as Kate Hampton, CEO of the Children's Investment Foundation. The discussion with Dr. Cozzi outlined on the implications of artificial intelligence for the Global South, as well as AI's role in helping utilities in developing countries and Africa's role in the global energy and digital transition. The conversation with Ms. Hampton focused on the current difficulties for international aid due to fiscal pressures, political shifts, and the sovereign debt crisis, while also emphasizing the role of philanthropic actors in overcoming such challenges by evolving into system shapers, helping to create the necessary regulatory framework while also fostering public and private investments to accelerate renewable energy deployment in emerging economies. In addition to the participating ISA members, the meeting also included a discussion of the CEO caucus. The caucus focused on the global solar value chain, highlighting the need to expand manufacturing beyond existing hubs, addressing investment barriers and regulatory delays, while also creating greater market visibility and fostering international cooperation in order to avoid fragmented approaches. The CEO caucus identified the establishment of robust public-private partnerships as a key measure to help de-risk investments, accelerate regulatory processes, and introduce targeted incentives for manufacturing and the integration of solar with storage and broader energy systems. Finally, participants were greeted by His Excellency Dan Jorgensen, European Commissioner for Energy and Housing. As part of a special address, in his speech, Commissioner Jorgensen noted the increasing role of solar energy and further identified 3 major energy challenges for the EU, namely energy security, competitiveness, and climate change. He further highlighted the role of renewable energy deployment, in particular solar energy, to overcome these interconnected challenges, including by reducing risk of dependence on fossil fuel imports. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Germany. I now invite the chair of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region, the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, to address the Assembly and present a brief of the committee's report. Sri Lanka, you have the floor. So I was just informed that Sri Lanka already addressed this item agenda, and I now invite the Vice President for the Latin America and the Caribbean region, Republic of Suriname, to address the Assembly and present a brief of the report to the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for the Latin America Caribbean region.
Thank you. Honorable President, Honorable Co-President, esteemed members of the ISA Assembly, Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Latin America and the Caribbean region conveys its respectful greetings to the Honorable President, Honorable Co-President, esteemed members of this Assembly, and the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. It gives me great pleasure to inform this Assembly that the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for the Latin America and the Caribbean region was convened in Santiago, Republic of Chile, from 4 to 6 August 2025. That was under the Vice Presidency of Grenada. The meeting brought together ministers, senior officials, and development partners from across the region to review progress under ISA's initiatives and to chart pathways for deeper regional collaboration in advancing solar energy deployment. Before continuing, my thoughts, I must say, are with the victims of Hurricane Melissa, lashing through the Caribbean as we speak. My thoughts are with them. The discussions in Santiago reaffirmed the strong regional commitment to cooperation under the ISA framework. Member countries from both the Caribbean and Latin America expressed their shared determination to achieve universal access to affordable and clean energy. The meeting underscored the importance of working together as a region, harnessing our collective strengths and experiences to accelerate solar adoption and to ensure that the energy transition leaves no one behind. The meeting also highlighted the importance of partnerships and collaboration. Representatives from the Latin American Energy Organization of the CARICOM and the OECS Commission reaffirmed their partnership with ISA to promote harmonized solar policies, regulatory alignment, and investment facilitation. The deliberations further emphasized the need for regional project aggregation to unlock economies of scale and attract blended finance to support large-scale solar deployment across the region. ISA's evolved strategic vision sets a clear direction for the Alliance's next phase of growth. It is structured around 4 key pillars, being catalytic finance hub, global capability center and digitalization, thirdly, regional and country-level engagement, and technology roadmap and policy. This vision reflects ISA's transformation into an action-oriented and impact-driven organization focused on accelerating solar deployment worldwide. Member countries of the Latin America and Caribbean region expressed their strong support for the vision and commended its emphasis on digitalization, capacity building, and gender empowerment as powerful enablers of sustainable and inclusive growth across our region. The meeting also witnessed a landmark moment with the formal signing of the Pledge of Support for Small Island Development States, SIDS, of the International Solar Alliance. Ministers and representatives from Antigua and Barbuda, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, Trinidad and Tobago, Belize, the Republic of Suriname, the Dominican Republic, and St. Lucia, together with the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, we came together to sign this pledge. This collective commitment marks a decisive step towards strengthening cooperation among SIDS, enhancing access to solar technologies and financing, and building greater resilience against the climate challenges facing our nations. It reaffirms the shared determinations of our region to harness the power of solar energy, not just as a tool for transition, but as a pathway to prosperity, energy security, and climate justice for all. The Regional Committee highlighted the need for stronger coordination to deepen cooperation and ensure effective implementation on the ground. It also recommended the establishment of regional star centers and the expansion of technical training opportunities for women under the Solar for She program, recognizing that women's leadership is vital to achieving an inclusive energy transition. The committee further encouraged greater integration of solar applications across key sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and public service delivery to demonstrate the transformative socio-economic impact of solar energy in improving lives and livelihoods. It also called for enhanced South-South cooperation between the Latin America and the Caribbean region and the Africa region to exchange best practices and experiences in distributed solar energy and community-level access. As we look ahead, the Latin America and Caribbean region stands united in its commitment to work closely with the ISA Secretariat and all regional partners to operationalize the SITS platform, the Global Solar Facility, and the StarSea network. Our shared efforts will focus on building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable energy future for the Latin America and the Caribbean region, one that advances universal energy access, drives economic growth, and ensures a cleaner, safer planet for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Suriname. And I now invite the chair of the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for the Africa region, the Republic of Ghana, to address the Assembly and present a brief of the committee's report. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me thank everybody, Honorable President, Co-President, esteemed members of the ISA Assembly, Director General, Excellencies. I have the full report, but with your permission, I'll give an abridged version and urge the Secretariat to capture the full version as a full report. Thank you very much. The 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Africa was held in Accra from 2nd to 4th September this year. It focused on aligning Africa's clean energy transition with that of ISA's 4 pillars strategic vision. The meeting emphasized blended financing, project bankability, and digital transformation as key enablers for sustainable energy growth. As you may be aware, despite Africa holding about 60% of the world's best solar sources, it attracts only 2% of global clean energy investment. This situation is very worrying, and it came to light at the meeting. At the meeting, the committee reaffirmed its resolve to bridge this gap by promoting bankable solar projects, mobilizing private capital, and strengthening grids and human capacity. With 600 million Africans still lacking electricity, especially in rural areas, the forum called for partnership to expand affordable access for all. And in this, we highlighted that solar, particularly off-grid solar, can play a significant role to bridge that gap. Key outcomes of the meeting also included the signing of a country partnership framework between ISA and Ghana, Nigeria, and the Gambia, as well as progress on initiatives such as the Solar Data Portal, Solar for She, and StarSea Centers. Examples of impactful projects across Africa such as cold storage and solar irrigation, were highlighted at the meeting. Collaboration with institutions like the World Bank, AFDB, and Africa 50 explored ways to scale financing through the Africa Solar Facility. The committee urged ISA to deepen implementation efforts, promote regional solar manufacturing, and leverage AI and digitalization. In conclusion, let me use this opportunity to reaffirm Africa's commitment to leading a just, inclusive solar transition that delivers affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all, fulfilling the continent's vision of prosperity powered by the African sun. Thank you very much. I'm grateful, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Ghana. And this assembly thanks every participant and president of the regional committee's report. I invite the assembly to adopt the reports of the regional committee meetings and provide guidance and comments on the reports of the regional committees, if any. I see no request from the floor, so adopted. In the absence of any further comments, we shall proceed with the next agenda item.
Excellencies, the next agenda is the preparation for the 9th session of ISA Assembly. The ISA Secretariat proposes the 9th session of the ISA Assembly be conducted from 9 hours IST from Monday, 2nd November to Thursday, 5th November 2026 in New Delhi, India. I invite the Assembly to approve the dates proposed by the ISA Secretariat and provide the guidance and the comments on the preparation of the 9th session of the ISA Assembly, if any. So it is approved. In absence of any comments, we shall proceed to the high-level now we shall assemble for the group photograph, and post-lunch we will continue with the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. And with that, I request Excellencies, Honorable Heads of Delegations to kindly join us on these steps for the group photograph. May I invite you to please join us on stage so that we can have a group picture. And right after that, I invite Excellencies, the Honorable Ministers, to please join the Honorable President and Honorable Co-President at the Leaders' Lounge for the press conference. The Leaders' Lounge is at the level 2 of this building. But just before that, we will take this group photograph with the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, the Honorable Co-President, and the Excellencies seated on the dais. And I invite the Excellencies in the audience to kindly join us on stage now and be a part of this group photograph. Right after which we will proceed, esteemed dignitaries and delegates, for lunch. I'd like to invite the Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, to please join the Honorable President and Honorable Co-President at the Leaders' Lounge at level 2 for the press conference. And I will make lunch announcements very shortly. For all our other esteemed dignitaries and delegates, I also invite you to please pay a visit at the Media Lounge on your way to lunch, right outside, where you could give us your country statements, record them at the Media Lounge. May I request heads of delegations and excellencies to please join us? Please join us for the group photograph. I request Honorable President of ISA Assembly, Honorable Co-President, and the esteemed excellencies gracing the dais, DG ISA, Shri Ashish Khanna. I request you to kindly join us for the group photograph now. I request excellencies, the honorable ministers, to please take the chairs, and the other heads of delegation can come behind the chairs, take their position behind the chairs. All the honorable ministers, excellencies, are requested to please be seated on the chairs for the photograph, and the other esteemed heads of delegations to kindly join us right behind the chair on the other step. We'd also like to apprise all the heads of delegations that on their way to lunch, if you could please record your country statements at the Media Lounge. We also have ISA's latest publications there for you to browse through. Do we need to step away, sir? May I also request the entire ISA Secretariat to also join us on this final step. May I request the entire ISA Secretariat to come and join us quickly. ISA Secretariat members, may I request you to please join us. Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable ministers, I hope you're all in the frame, and the heads of delegations as well. I see some members still joining us, so request the photographers to make sure everyone is in the photo. ISA Secretariat is also requested to please be in the photograph. Thank you very much, Excellencies. With that, the honorable ministers are requested now to please proceed to the Leaders' Lounge for the press conference. Please join at level 2. At level 2, we have the Leaders' Lounge at level 2 is where the press conference is. Excellencies, the honorable ministers are requested, and thereafter, the lunch for the honorable ministers is at level 1. So press conference is at level 2, and lunch is at level 1. Meeting room 19, and the LOs are going to promptly escort you. Heads of delegations, your lunch has been organized at meeting room 18, again at level 1. And heads of delegations are also requested to please stop by at the Media Lounge and give us your country statements. And for all the other esteemed dignitaries and delegates, I invite you to please join us for lunch at level 1 at the pre-function area. And we will gather back in this room a couple of minutes before 1400 hours, that is 2 p.m., when we resume the proceedings with very, very insightful sessions. So I'm going to request you to please come back, esteemed dignitaries, after lunch. For now, the Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, are being requested to please proceed to the Leaders' Lounge and join the Honorable President and Honorable Co-President at level 2, the Leaders' Lounge. Honorable Ministers, your lunch is organized at meeting room 19 at level 1. So, press conference at level 2 at the Leaders' Lounge, lunch for the Honorable Ministers at level 1, meeting room 19. For all the other heads of delegations, lunch has been organized at meeting room 18 at level 1. And the other esteemed delegates, I invite you for lunch at the L1, the level 1 pre-function area. And this is very important for all the country statements that need to be recorded. Yes, the Honorable Ministers are requested to proceed to Leaders' Lounge at level 2 right now and join the President and Co-President at the press conference. Their lunch, the Honorable Minister's lunch is at level 1. Level 1, room number 19. So level 1, room number 19 is lunch for the Honorable Ministers. Right after that, I'm going to request you to please come back here. Also for the other heads of delegations, the meeting room 18 has been designated for lunch. Again at level 1. So lunch is all at level 1. For the Honorable Ministers, it's meeting room 19. For the heads of delegations, it's meeting room 18. And for everyone else, it is the pre-function area at level 1, L1 pre-function area. We also have a lovely exhibition at the level 1. I invite you to please pay a visit. Please browse through the exhibition in your break time. During lunch also, you could pay a visit. So I request you, please, please join us. And ladies and gentlemen, we will gather back here in this multi-purpose hall at exactly 2 p.m. we will start. So a couple of minutes, if I could request you to come back, we will begin. I thank you very much once again. I hope that my announcements are clear. As of now, the Honorable Ministers will proceed to the Leaders' Lounge at level 2. Lunch organized for the Honorable Ministers is at level 1 at meeting room 19. Meeting room 18 is designated for the heads of delegations at level 1. And all the other delegates, you're cordially invited for lunch at L1 pre-function area. Thank you.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1.
Honorable Minister, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We request you all to please kindly take your seats. We shall be shortly beginning with the press conference. If you may kindly ensure that should you be carrying any mobile phones, they are on airplane mode or vibration. Before we begin, just a few housekeeping announcements. This is a 30-minute press briefing. The session will open with the remarks from our distinguished speakers, followed by a short Q&A. We request all members of the media to please identify themselves and their organizations before posing a question. Kindly keep your questions concise and relevant to today's discussions and that of the International Solar Alliance. Photography and videography are permitted. However, please avoid using a flash or moving around during the remarks. Excellencies, dignitaries, members of the media, colleagues and guests, a very warm welcome to you all. We are delighted to host you here at the official press conference of the 8th Assembly of the International Solar Alliance, taking place in New Delhi, Republic of India. Today's assembly has witnessed high-level participation, insightful deliberations and important announcements, including the presentation of the Director General's report, the launch of new initiatives, and the Honorable President of India's keynote address, reaffirming ISA's vision to make solar energy a unifying force for global development. It is now my honor to share key highlights of the day's proceedings with you. May I take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed speakers for the press briefing. We are joined by His Excellency Shri Prahlad Joshi, the Honorable Union Minister, New and Renewable Energy, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and President of the ISA Assembly. His Excellency Mr. Benoit Farhako, Special Envoy for Climate, French and Europe and Foreign Affairs, representing the co-presidency of the ISA Assembly. Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Honorable Ministers from ISA member countries, and Honorable Secretary, MNRE, Government of India. We begin with the opening remarks from Mr. Ashish Khanna, DG ISA. Sir, the floor is yours.
Welcome, everyone. It's an honor to have my first assembly as Director General. Thank you very much. A lot of you from the media were here when I was sitting on the corner seat last year as the elector. What we are doing now, this year, is translating ISA, building on the strengths of moving from ambition to action. As we discussed in the session with Honorable President of India, which a lot of you would have seen is the first ever visit from a head of state of India since 2018, when ISA was launched, that reaffirms the importance India assigns to the role of solar and ISA's ability to convene member countries. We are in this assembly looking at moving from ambition to action. As part of that, a new strategy that looks at platforms for convening countries, whether it is SIDS, where 16 countries will begin a joint procurement, whether it is Global Solar Facility that starts with Africa Solar Facility, a $200 million fund to get private sector to invest in decentralized renewable energy in Africa, including solar pumps for food security. Whether it is One Sun, One World, One Grid, which will be the new platform being launched in the Assembly today. And also forums for bringing all the countries together to share the best practices of knowledge. we will be launching Sunrise, which is an initiative for recycling of solar and battery waste, bringing all the 125 countries together as partners for shared standards and businesses. In this era of critical minerals, if we can get the business model for recycling right, that can solve a lot of problems of critical minerals. We will bring countries together on using our capacity building initiatives of StarSea that are being aligned to a Silicon Valley for solar, which is the dream that will start with IT-enabled learning platforms, both through YouTube channels and a global capability center that will be unveiled during the assembly. There is a right for almost 8 billion people to have access to same information to pursue solar and know about it as well. We will also be launching some of the thought leadership of ISA during the assembly. We have worked on our perspective of global solar trends, of where the entire solar batteries and new technologies are headed in next 3 to 5 years. We have also ranked all our 124 member countries on ease of doing solar across 7 key parameters that will be released. And we are also launching a special edition of a research journal focused on developing world, because we will really like the youth of developing world to start focusing on research areas that are very relevant. This will be done through Solar Compass. We will also be launching annual green hydrogen industry update and a floating solar handbook for all countries who want to do floating solar. So a lot of new initiatives being launched, and we really look forward to collaborating together with all our 125 member countries, because they are asking us to move from ambition to action, with all our private sector partners, multilateral development banks, because we cannot do it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG, for those insightful reflections on ISA's progress, partnerships, and the path ahead. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Benoit Fahako, Special Envoy for Climate, French, Europe and Foreign Affairs, representing the co-president of the ISA Assembly, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you, and good morning to all. I'm so happy to be here and to co-chair with India this 8th session of the General Assembly of the International Solar Alliance. 10 years ago, in the corridor of the Paris Agreement, India, France, and a few other countries had this very visionary idea about the International Solar Alliance. We were negotiating the Paris Agreement, a global framework to fight climate change, and in a way, France and India knew that the Paris Agreement will not be enough. Of course, we have the Paris Agreement, our compass to fight climate change, but we need action and implementation. And when we are preparing this year COP30 in Brazil, with the objective to accelerate action about climate change, we must say that I'm very impressed by all the work that have been done with the International Solar Alliance over the last 8 years with, after its creation by Prime Minister Modi and President Macron. And I think this very strong commitment, which started with a small group of countries, I know it's more than 120 gathered here today, demonstrates that on this planet there is a majority of countries who wants to act and that international cooperation still matters. Of course, we have turbulence at the international level. Of course, we don't agree on everything, but on this particular topic, solar energy, we have unity. And that's the beauty of the International Solar Alliance, and we are very proud of the work that has been done by India over the last 8 years, because when we look today what is the situation, we all acknowledge that solar is already at market. It's the best economic solution to energy sovereignty, to eradicate energy poverty, to clean air, to mitigate climate change. It's, the Rolls-Royce of climate solution, and I'm so happy to be here with you all today. Of course, if we consider that solar is already at market, we should question why do we need still an international solar alliance. And this session this morning demonstrated that for the next decade, this international solar alliance will be very needed. I will not repeat what has been presented, but some critical issues are behind us to be resolved. For instance, grids. It's super important to enhance solar penetration into grids, and it's a common problem we face in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, and there is so much we can learn from each other that it's super relevant. Critical mineral, open market for critical mineral. Recycling as a good opportunity to have sovereignty also on critical mineral. That's a trending topic that will make us work for years and years in order to collaborate. And my last point, of course, will be on Africa, because even in Africa, solar is the cheapest energy sources. There is a big gap in investment in Africa. And I think France, India, and all our African partners here are here to solve this problem by bringing innovative finance solution, but also investing in people in order to make solar a solution for all. So I'm so happy to be here with you today, because 10 years before COP30 in Brazil, France, India, and all participants here today already decided that implementation was a top priority, and we are delivering. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing your valuable perspectives. And now, may I request the President of the International Solar Alliance Assembly, Shri Prahlad Joshi, the Honorable Union Minister, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to share his perspectives.
Good afternoon. Welcome to you all members of media, colleagues and friends. I'm very happy to address you at this momentous opening day of the 8th session of International Solar Alliance here in Bharat Mandapam. As already mentioned, today morning, Honorable President of India, Honorable Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji addressed the ISA Assembly for the very first time. Her keynote set an inspiring tone for the discussion, reaffirming that solar energy is not just a technology of progress, but force for the inclusion of dignity and shared prosperity. The International Solar Alliance, as you all know, launched by India and France at COP21 in Paris. Now, 125 members, signatory countries, and common mission. And out of 125 member countries and signatory countries, nearly about 120 countries have here participated in this Bharat Mandapam today. To make solar energy the cornerstone of the fair, affordable and sustainable energy future, ISA is working out, and what began as a vision now matured into a powerful platform of the action, mobilizing the finance, sharing the knowledge, and driving the innovation across the countries. Today, the Assembly also marked the decisive shift from the ambition to implementation. As already mentioned by DG, we announced the launch of Sunrise, the solar upcycling network for recycling, innovation and stakeholder engagement, a new global initiative to turn solar and battery waste into an opportunity for circular growth. Innovation and green employment. We also launched dedicated One Sun, One World, One Grid, OSOWOG program, establishing a vertical within the ISA to accelerate the regional solar interconnections. The OSOWOG initiative is an ambitious initiative proposed by India under the guidance and the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, and spearheaded by International Solar Alliance, ISA. A detailed study has identified the priority corridors linking the East Asia, South Asia, Middle East, Europe, and Europe, Africa, with feasibility assessment work to begin soon. Another significant step forward is unveiling the Global Capability Center and ISA Academy, which together form a backbone of ISA's capacity building vision. A Silicon Valley for solar connecting the Center of Excellence called STAR, S-T-A-R. C-cross member countries through AI-driven multilingual and inclusive learning pathways. The ISA Assembly will democratize the access of solar knowledge, empower the local talent, and help every nation to build its own skilled solar workforce. We are also committed to harmonizing the standards and testing of the solar across the ISA member countries in partnership with the National Institute of Solar Energy, NICE. ISA's flagship financing vehicle through $200 million African Solar Facility is also soon on the course to be launched soon. And India's leadership in the world of solar under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's guidance has led us to be ranked third globally in solar power generation, having achieved 50% of the installed capacity from non-fossil sources, 5 years ahead of its 2030 target, by avoiding nearly 4 lakh crore or about 46 billion US dollars in fossil fuel imports and pollution-related costs. India's transition demonstrates that clean energy is not a cost, but the investment in growth, health, and human potential. As the President of ISA Assembly, India remains firmly committed to enabling, not prescribing or empowering every nation to define its own path to substantiality. More than 761.8 gigawatt lies within the member countries of the ISA, accounting nearly 41% of the solar global capacity. This rapid scale-up of the solar deployment reflects the historic success story in making the clean energy affordable and accessible. Through initiatives such as aggregated procurement under the SIDS platform, the Africa Solar Facility, Sunrise, Global Capacity Center, and OSOWOG program, the ISA is driving the practical collaborative solution that take the solar from the margins to the mainstream. In Sub-Saharan Africa and small island nation, millions still live without reliable electricity. Bridging this divide demands the collective ambition and equitable finance. India invites all partners of the ISA to join this mission to energize and empower the new global energy order together. Together, we are shaping the future where every home, school, and farm can be empowered by sun, where the circularity and equity define our growth, and where the energy of the global south light the way for the world. I thank you once again. Welcome to you all. Now you can raise the question, and as far as ISA is concerned, DG will reply, and this is mainly related to ISA only.
So good afternoon. I'm Setu from Reuters. So just wanted to check, like, how you're going to move India's manufacturing ecosystem. Like, how do you think that India's solar manufacturing ecosystem will be utilized by ISA into the newer markets where you have like a lot of new member countries, like nearly 125 countries. So do you have some plans on that? Because there's a lot of discussions about overcapacity in India, at least in terms of the modules is concerned. But is there any plans? Because there's also in the member countries that you have, like there's also strong China's presence. So how do you think that, have you already been in touch with companies in India to take them there? Or in terms of having the companies who can execute projects in your member countries? And also I want to understand what is the target, capacity target that you're aiming in your member countries over the next couple of years? So this will be helpful, thank you.
So your question may have multiple levels. The first part is, what do a lot of our countries really need? And one initiative that we feel a lot of countries, especially from Africa, really need is on solarization of agriculture. Less than 4% of arable land is irrigated in Africa, leading to $400 billion of food imports. And the big program of Kusum, which is looking at more than 3.5 million pumps to be replaced, is a very good learning opportunity to connect countries. And that leads to manufacturing capabilities and manufacturing options as well. Second question is, for manufacturers to invest in countries, they need assurance of risk of not getting paid. That is why the Africa Solar Facility that ISA is launching is very important, because often the risk in Africa and small island developing states is perceived. Some of these countries are paying the tariff of 30 US cents. That's almost 25 rupees. So people are either paying 25 rupees in India equivalent for tariff or having diesel. So if any solar comes, it will be less than half of that particular cost. Therefore, the actual risk is minimal, but you need a financial instrument to provide risk mitigation support for the first investment. That is the purpose of Africa Solar Facility. The third piece, which even Indian manufacturers are very keen, do you have teams on the ground that can actually help on the policy side? So for the countries that have country partnership strategy, 10 of them I mentioned, 6 of them are in Africa, we are going to set up our local offices and local teams there working across the government on policy and regulatory reforms that can enable the private sector. And the final point is that whether it links to all kind of solar PV panels, a lot of it is going to be about cost competitiveness. If Indian manufacturers, whether you're on solar pumps, DRE, large-scale solar, as they are internationally competitive, the whole market is being opened for them.
Before we move to the next question, we would urge that you please keep your questions concise and to the point. So make sure you introduce yourself, your publication, and then pose your question.
Hi, sir. This is Tapush Bhattacharya from Doordarshan. I have two questions, actually. First, could you tell us the business model of the Africa Solar Facility and also the hydrogen facility that Sir just mentioned, and the latest on the China's membership in ISA?
So on Africa Solar Facility, often what countries need are very unique to those countries. Let me give you an example of Nigeria. In Nigeria has world's largest energy access deficit anywhere, about 90 million people, 9 crore. More than half of them are going to get energy through mini grids and decentralized renewable energy. Now, private sector is moving from 100 mini grids to 10,000 mini grids, but they need financing for that. Now, debt is available, but equity is not available. So their own sovereign wealth fund is creating a $150 million facility to invest in equity. The board of NSIA said, why don't you partner with a very credible international agency who's going to come with you? So they are asking 10% of that from ISA's Africa Solar Facility to enable their 150 million and the debt. So that's a leverage of 30. That gives you an example. On your second question, we are very open to membership of China as well. the ball is in China's court. I think if ISA can have China, we would have covered 90% of the entire solar market, so we welcome their partnership.
Hi sir, Tarun Sharma from Tarun Sharma from Z Business. I have two questions. Will there be any discussion during this event about tying up with the Multilateral Development Bank for low-cost loan? And second, this question to Minister Sir. Sir, are there any schemes that have generated interest outside India like PM Surya Ghar or Kusum Yojana? Thank you.
So, on your first question, as I keep saying, the power of ISA is convening and bringing partners together. Give you an example, the small island developing states in which 16 countries are coming together to do joint procurement, to learn from each other, get economies of scale, and attract large private sector. We are working with World Bank Group, both on transmission investments that are needed, but also on possible guarantees through MEGA and TA. So this is a joint partnership. Similarly, some of the work we are doing on green hydrogen and new technologies is done with ADB. And we have partnerships with SE for All, with AFDB on others. So obviously, it is based on all the partnerships.
As far as scheme like PM Surya Ghar and PM Kusum outside India, two things I would like to share with you. One is, as far as our experience in PM Surya Ghar and PM Kusum, it is excellent. I think it is one of the most successful program, and 10 million rooftop solar target, and out of that nearly about 21 lakh completed, 21 lakh nearly completed. And that is the one of the very ambitious target, and we are going ahead as per our target. So what I would like to share with you is we are ready to share our experience, our expertise, and ISA is already using this experience, and also we are supporting the ISA also to expand our experience and our expertise in the other part of the world where ISA, there is a member in the member countries of the ISA. And naturally, this success story, because ISA's intention itself is, the purpose of the forming the ISA in COP21 is to see that everywhere through non-fossil sources, generation of electricity, whether it is in a large scale or in a decentralized system, that was the intention, and India is most successful in that, and we are together, ISA and India, we are sharing our experience outside the country also.
Can you change the mic, please? Yeah.
Yeah. Jayashree from Hindustan Times. I wanted to ask you, sir, how are you planning to diversify access to critical minerals, because that will be one of the critical issues for solar upgradation in all these countries. And also, now that we have achieved 50% of our capacity from non-fossil sources, are we planning to increase on that or update on that? Thank you.
So let me answer the first part of the question, and I'll request the Honorable Minister or the Secretary to answer the second part. We believe the critical minerals agenda is a very big agenda, and it has multiple dimensions. But one critical dimension that we are beginning today, because we have all 120 countries plus here with us, is to initiate a program that we are calling Sunrise. The full form for that is Solar Upcycling Network for Recycling, Innovation, and Stakeholder Engagement. What basically it entails is that whether it is solar PV or battery waste, right now there are no set standards, measurement, and business models. And just as internet and meters started with no shared standards, this is the big opportunity to actually address critical minerals, because if India is doing 30 gigawatts every year, 20 years from now, if the technology which we believe is possible can extract 90% minerals from those that are being waste, it creates a cycle for actually taking care of critical minerals. So beyond other aspects of critical minerals, circularity is good for environment, it creates jobs, it creates wealth, and addresses the critical mineral requirements.
As far as the target is concerned, 50% is achieved well ahead of our schedule. But the 500 gigawatt till 2030 is the ambitious target, and we are working out on that, and I am quite confident we will achieve that.
Can you change the mic, please? Yes.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Elena. I represent TASS News Agency. My first question, I guess this information already was announced. How many countries for today are members of ISA? And do you have this ambitious goal, like to cover the whole Earth, that all the countries will be members of ISA? And as I represent Russian News Agency, perhaps are there any ongoing discussions of possible membership of Russia in ISA? And if you allow me, please, a question to the Honorable Minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi. Russia and India are already strategic partners in energy, and can you see, do you see that renewable energy may become a new area of cooperation between our two countries? Thank you very much.
So I think on your first question, we already have 125 countries as members. And you know, after a while, then the incremental will take time, but we are quite open. It is fully possible that 5 to 10 years from now, we will represent a UN kind of a system with all 180, 190 member countries. On your specific question of Russia, we welcome all countries to become members. In fact, we believe with India's presidency of BRICS next year, working together on solar can actually a very transformative agenda given the market internationally.
As far as International Solar Alliance is concerned, or renewable energy is concerned, as you know, as Russia is concerned, we have a historical strategic partnership with Russia. Even as far as either renewable energy or solar energy, any country, including with Russia, there is absolutely no issue for us.
In the interest of time, colleagues, we will have one last question. Do we have, maybe perhaps we can, yes, two. Yeah, so we will have, we will perhaps invite more questions from our international colleagues.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Asha Ramachandran. I'm an independent journalist, but I mostly write for the Himalayan News Chronicle. So my question is about the mountainous regions. Because the ecosystem is unique and it's also facing a lot of climate impact, which is very different from the other regions and other ecosystems. So what does ISA have any programs, plans or projects specific to the mountain region globally in India and also specifically for the Himalayan region?
Thank you for this question. I was in Bhutan last month, and Bhutan, because it has deficient energy in winters, has embarked with our support on a solar roadmap of 5,000 megawatt by 2040 with 1,000 megawatt by 2030. And most of the sites, as you know, are on the hillsides based on a very important assessment of land, direction, irradiation. We are now discussing the same issue with Nepal as well, which has actually successfully bid out 900 megawatts already and want to do more. We will bring similar countries along with partners who specialize on that, like ICIMOD, which have also a partnership agreement with ISA in helping these mountainous countries come out with solar solutions, and that's definitely. It goes to the wider point that different countries have very unique characteristics, and we will adapt global knowledge to local adaptation.
Yes. Ma'am in the front. Yeah.
Livia Rodriguez, de Prensa Latina, Cuba. Recently, you visited Cuba, and we would like to know what is your opinion about the benefits that the program, Alliance program, can do in Cuba.
So the country of Cuba has 6,000 megawatts of demand, all met by heavy fuel oil. And as I mentioned today for SIDS and others, having heavy fuel oil and diesel at the cost of 30 cents is criminal, in addition to being very climate unfriendly. We are trying to help Cuba on two accounts. One, to get some of the solar pumps moved to Cuba, because that is something that they are in on a high priority need. We are starting with a small pilot, but we are discussing from about 400 going up to 10,000 solar pumps over the next 3 years. And secondly, some of the larger companies that have global offshoots that relates to their currency problems, if they want to move to solar as part of their industrial setup through commercial industrial establishment, we will work out a business model. So those are two big areas we really hope. And there's a Star Sea Center in Cuba that's operational. I was there. I was delighted how it is helping not only Cubans, but all the neighboring countries in training. And we will create a more institutional setup to build capacity in Cuba.
In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, we have space for one question. I see ANI. Could you please change the mic if not? Yeah.
Hi sir, this is Vishu from ANI. My question is related to funding. Funding is a great concern. As you mentioned that you are looking for the private funding, and France has also announced financial contribution. Are you looking at other countries also for contribution? And when it comes to private funding, what sort of private funding are you looking at right now?
So I'd like to begin by saying that definitely we are living in an era where unfortunately there is a huge cut in development financing across the board, and therefore this question of concessional financing is very important. For our Africa solar facility, we believe we will be at around $75 million in 2 months, but the target is to raise another $125 million to become $200 million. So we will be raising financing. But I would like to reiterate, often, because of my 25 years experience across countries, I see countries demanding a lot of concessional finance. And one of our dialogue is, if you look at the world, out of $2 trillion of total clean energy financing, roughly only about 100 billion was concessional finance. That means 1.9 trillion is from private sector. So our work with countries is to see what will enable private sector to start investing in your countries. That is ease of doing solar, making sure you have the right fundamentals, you have the right laws, right policies, regulations, and a good bankable power purchase agreement. But because if you look around and ask countries, do you have a great project with great fundamentals that is not happening without finance? The answer will be no, that's not the case. Private sector is always looking for good policy regulations and bankable projects. That's it.
Thank you all. With this, we conclude the official press conference of the 8th session of the ISA Assembly. We invite you to please stay connected with us through our website and social media platforms for regular updates on ISA's activities and upcoming initiatives. We also have our comms and media team in attendance here today, so please feel free to get in touch with my colleagues Aarti, Kakul, and Shobita, who are here. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Have a wonderful afternoon, and please do join us for lunch. We request all the honorable ministers in attendance to please join us for lunch in meeting room number 19, level 1. So We will take the escalator to the left of this hall. As you exit the hall, kindly take the escalator to the left. Honorable Ministers, can we request all colleagues to please allow the Honorable Ministers to pass first? Thank you so much for your kind consideration.
Alliance Assembly. On behalf of the IC Secretariat, I extend a very warm welcome to you once again, and I request you to please take seats. We will start very shortly. We will begin with this segment, ladies and gentlemen, the post-lunch segment. And this afternoon's proceedings are going to feature panel discussions as well as impact sessions. And that will be followed by the continuation of the plenary session, covering agenda items 19 through 21. So I request you to please be seated. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Once again, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. And we have to retain our entry badges still, because those are very crucial for accessing this main multipurpose hall. So it is important we keep them secure. I thank you for your kind cooperation. And interpretation and translation devices have been left on your tables. At the head tables, especially for Excellencies, we have a system of interpretation. We've got 4 channels to choose from. All you need to do is, you've got to find the hearing symbol, and that has a scroll on the left side of the microphone in order to choose your preferred language, which is indicated by a hearing symbol. For English, we request you to switch to channel 1. For French, the channel to switch to is 2. For Spanish, we urge you to switch to channel 3. For Arabic, the channel to choose is 4. And may I also inform everyone in the room that the interpretation or translation devices work only within this room and will be functional only here. I do hope that while you were at level 1 for lunch this afternoon, you got some time or an opportunity to go and browse through the exhibits that we have put up at the level 1. In case you still haven't, there will be other opportunities, breaks for you to go and look at those exhibitions. I must reiterate, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that we are delighted to share that as part of this year's Assembly program, a site visit has been organized to witness India's first commercially approved and South Asia's largest utility-scale standalone battery energy storage system, developed by BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. This landmark 20-megawatt project marks a major step. It's a step forward, essentially, in urban energy storage, improving power reliability for 1 lakh residents and serving as a template for similar clean energy initiatives across India. And this site visit will take place on the 30th of October from 9 a.m. to 1500 hours, that is 3 p.m., in order to experience India's pioneering battery energy storage systems at BSES Rajdhani Power Limited, a project that's redefining urban energy storage and grid innovation. And I'm hopeful that all of you would really like to be a part of this site visit. So we request you to coordinate with your LOs, with your liaison officers, who are going to assist you with the transport as well as coordination. And once again, I'm going to request our esteemed delegates to kindly come back to the room and be seated. Please do join us back in the room. We're going to be starting very shortly. In the first half of the 8th session of International Solar Alliance Assembly, we started with the plenary session covering agenda items 1 through 18. And we were also part of the high-level session in the presence of the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. Right after that, we deliberated on agenda item 12, which was scheduled separately from the first 1 to 18 agenda items of the morning. And now, after lunch, we have panel discussions, impact sessions, and all these sessions, ladies and gentlemen, are unmissable. So I invite you to please be seated, and we will start very shortly. We're just waiting to get the house in order. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. How are you doing? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you. We welcome you back after the lunch break, and we're all gathered here for the post-lunch segment of the 8th session of the International Solar Alliance Assembly. I request you to kindly make your way back to the room and be seated. And here are a few reminders for all our esteemed delegates. As part of the Assembly program, a site visit has been arranged to India's first commercially approved and South Asia's largest utility-scale standalone battery energy storage system, developed by BSES Rajdhani Power Limited. This visit is scheduled for 30th October 2025 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So 900 hours to 1500 hours, and will also feature an overview of the digital twin of network technology. And your liaison officers will share logistics and assist you with coordination for the visit. And I'm positive that you're looking forward to this site visit on the 30th of October 2025, ladies and gentlemen. This evening, as we conclude the sessions, the plenary session with agenda items 19 through 21, we also cordially invite you to the presidential dinner, which has been organized at Hotel Ashok, and liaison officers will duly escort you to the venue, the Hotel Ashok, where a sumptuous dinner awaits. So we invite you to please be a part of the presidential dinner. And as part of the 8th session of the International Solar Alliance Assembly, and ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst our Honorable President, Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Venkatesh Joshi, the Honorable President of the International Solar Alliance. Namaskar. Warm welcome again, sir. And co-chairing this session now and replacing Mr. Benoit Pahako is Mr. Damien Sayed, who is the co-chair from France, the Deputy Chief of Mission Embassy of France. Warm welcome. I'd like to once again extend a very warm welcome to our DG, Director General International Solar Alliance, Shri Ashish Khanna. We also have on the dais His Excellency Mr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Republic of Ghana, and His Excellency Mr. David Abiamofo, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Natural Resources, Republic of Suriname. And Sri Lanka is going to be joining us shortly. Before we begin with this next session, ladies and gentlemen, the post-lunch session, I'm going to request you to please ensure that the written statements have been sent either via email or recorded at the media lounge. And in case you would like to leave them on your tables, ISA Secretariat will be happy to collect them from the tables as well. With that, we now begin with the second segment of the International Solar Alliance Assembly. This afternoon's proceedings, like I said, will feature panel discussions, impact sessions, followed by the continuation of the plenary session covering agenda items 19 through 21. Our first session in this segment is themed Redefining the Solar Revolution, Turning Waste into Worth. And we now invite Director General ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, to kindly take the proceedings forward for these sessions, sir. President will take over. Honorable President.
Yeah, I will hand over to the Honorable President of ISA Assembly.
Good afternoon to all. Welcome again. The next we have very interesting thematic session. The first is an important session of redefining the solar revolution, turning the waste into worth, and to witness the launch of truly visionary initiative, Sunrise, the solar upcycling network for recycling, innovation, and stakeholder engagement. I now invite Director General to moderate this session.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'm going to request Ms. Gurleen Kaur, who's the leader in ISA Secretariat for Sunrise, to please moderate this session.
Thank you, DG. Dear Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Delegates, and colleagues, welcome to this special session on redefining the solar revolution, turning waste to worth. We have gathered here today to confront one of the most defining challenges of our energy future, ensuring that solar revolution remains truly sustainable across its entire life cycle. I now have the honor of inviting Honorable Minister, Mr. Prahlad V. Joshi, Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, to kindly deliver his opening remarks.
Over the past decade, the solar revolution has been one of the humanity's greatest success stories. In less than 10 years, global solar capacity has expanded to nearly 2 terawatts, transferring the way our world produces and consumes the energy. India itself has increased its solar installations, becoming the third largest solar country in the world. The International Solar Alliance, born from the joint vision of India and France, under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has been at the heart of this transformation, uniting 125 countries in a common mission to make the solar energy affordable, accessible, and sustainable for all. But as we celebrate this achievement, we must also confront the next frontiers of sustainability, achieving the robust supply and the access to the rare and critical raw materials to enhance the nation's manufacturing ability and end of the life management of solar panels and batteries. If not managed responsibly, the same technologies that power our clean energy transition today could become the source of tomorrow's environmental challenge. This is where sunrise comes in and solar upcycling network for recycling, innovation and stakeholder engagement, an initiative that embodies the next phase of ISA's journey and indeed the next phase of solar revolution itself. Sunrise transforms a potential waste crisis into a circular solar economy opportunity, one that can create the green industry, new revenue channels, secure the critical minerals through the recycling support, jobs and livelihood with upskilling, and make the value supply chain resilient, especially across the global south. This is also in line with India's National Critical Mineral Mission designed to ensure the secure supply of critical minerals, including through recycling. Through advancing the harmonization of standards and policies, innovation and partnership, Sunrise will help the member countries establish regional recycling hubs, recover the critical materials, and promote the sustainable production and consumption. It reflects the principle that has always guided the India's renewable energy journey, that growth must not only green but also circular and regenerative. ISA was conceived for aggregating the solar policies across the countries, and by convening all 125 countries of the ISA through Sunrise, we are starting a historic journey today. I take this opportunity to commend the ISA Secretariat and its partners for their collaboration and foresight in bringing the Sunrise to life. As we launch this platform today, let us reaffirm our shared commitment that solar revolution must be sustainable not only in generation but in regeneration, where the materials live many lives, waste becomes worth, and innovation lights the path to a circular solar future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that inspiring address and the message, and that solar revolution must be sustainable not only in generation, but in regeneration as well. So, Excellencies, colleagues, now we turn to a milestone moment, one that I truly am going to remember for the rest of my life, and I'm sure you will as well. It is an honor today to speak to you on behalf of International Solar Alliance as we launch Sunrise, which is the solar upcycling network for recycling, innovation, and stakeholder engagement. Can we have slides, please? So, we stand today at a defining moment in solar revolution. Over the past decade, solar has become world's fastest growing source of energy, electricity. Globally, we have crossed 1.86 terawatts of installed solar capacity. Within ISA's 124 member countries, yes, the analysis was done based on our member countries till June this year. We are strong and we are 125 member countries now. So for the 124 member countries, the share alone is over 762 gigawatts, which is about 41% of the global capacity. But with this success comes a new responsibility. Managing what happens after the sun sets on our solar panels and batteries is a responsibility that we need to look into. By 2049, these installations will generate an estimated amount of 124 million metric tons of solar waste. So to put that into perspective, the waste only from the end-of-life solar panels could weigh as much as 14 Mount Everest if panels are stacked together, combined. And that is the scale of waste that we need to plan for. So this is not just a waste problem, it is a resource opportunity, the size of an entire new industry that we need to look at, because within that waste lies more than 50 billion USD worth of recoverable materials each year. Silicon, copper, aluminium, silver, glass, the building blocks of the next generation of solar. By recovering and reusing these materials, we can reduce our dependence on imported critical materials, a key vulnerability of Global South. We can prevent toxic materials such as lead and cadmium from leaking into soil and water through landfills. And we can build a new wave of green manufacturing and skilled employment across recycling, logistics, and material recovery. So, in the heat of this challenge, the ISA has developed a forward-looking initiative, the Sunrise, the solar upcycling network for recycling, innovation, and stakeholder engagement. This global platform is operationalized under ISA's Program 8, Solar PV and Battery Waste Management, and mapped under Pillar 4, which is Technology, Roadmap, and Policy of our strategic vision. It connects governments, industries, innovators to unlock the hidden value of embedded solar waste, helping member countries turn end-of-life challenges into engines of new economic growth and sustainability. So, through Sunrise, ISA envisions a world where every solar panel and battery is designed, deployed, and recovered responsibly, where circularity is built into the DNA of solar economy. So, Sunrise is structured around 6 strategic axes. Policy and regulatory readiness, helping countries frame extended producer responsibility models, standards and toolkits for solar and battery recycling. Pillar 2, which is data and waste mapping, building a global outlook and country-level waste forecasting tools. Pillar 3, which is technology and innovation support, advancing design for recycling, repowering, and second life solutions. Pillar 4, capacity building and awareness support, training recyclers, auditors, and policymakers, curating global best practices. Pillar 5, which is regional infrastructure and investment, enabling regional recycling hubs across Africa, Asia Pacific, and SIDS. Basically turning potential waste into engines of sustained industrial growth. And uniting them all is Pillar 6, which is Global Community of Practice of Sunrise. This is an open network for knowledge exchange, policy dialogue, and partnership formation. So this slide actually shows how Sunrise will actually operate through a structured, collaborative community of practice. It would be led by an international technical advisory group, and Community of Practice Sunrise Coordination Committee based at ISA headquarters will manage coordination, knowledge, and communication across partners. But what truly makes this partnership unique is the partnership ecosystem we are building. Research and academia bringing science and data. Multilateral and bilateral partners providing policy and financing support. Private sector, including recyclers, module and battery producers, and technology innovators. And industry associations, ensuring the industry's voice is central. Together, this forms a collaborative governance model where partners share insights, co-develop solutions, and shape decisions under ISA's leadership to make circular solar economies a global reality. So our goal at ISA is to make circularity not an afterthought, but a competitive advantage for all ISA member countries. So this is how Sunrise moves from vision to action. In 2026, we build the foundation, mapping stakeholders, publishing the Global Solar Waste Outlook, and releasing the battery recycling guidelines as early as first quarter of 2026. By 2027, we drive implementation, launching the forecasting tools, model EPR toolkits for member countries, and repowering assessments for PV and batteries. And in 2028, we scale up, expanding the community of practice, training auditors, and showcasing circular innovations across regions. Together, this 3-year plan turns circularity into reality for ISA member countries. So we also did a prelude to this community of practice and started with a 3-part webinar series this year, which had a participation from 580 plus participants and stakeholders from 86 plus countries, and 10% of which were non-ISA member countries. So we already have an interest from 7 plus interested stakeholders for developing this community of practice. So we are taking off, my dear friends, here. And let me end with this thought. For decades, solar energy has been about harvesting light. With Sunrise, we now begin a new chapter, one about harvesting value. Value from what we once discarded, PV and battery waste. Value from collaboration and shared innovation. And value for people, economies, and our planet. Through Sunrise, ISA is pioneering a new paradigm where solar panels and batteries live many lives, materials never go waste, and circular innovation powers a cleaner and fairer world. With this, I invite every partner, every policymaker, every innovator in this room to join the Sunrise community of practice to catalyze, collect, and connect for a truly circular solar future. Thank you. And with this, I would like to hand over to my colleague Mudabbir so that we can initiate the panel discussion. So I would request honorable ministers to kindly launch the video of the Sunrise platform.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for launching the Sunrise and for setting the motion at this defining moment for the solar circularity. What we have just witnessed is more than a film. It's a vision for the next frontier of sustainability. What we just saw is probably the world's first coordinated platform dedicated to making solar revolution truly circular. My name is Mudabbir Anam, and I am the secondee from Germany working for ISA. We now want to move to our high-level panel discussion, Powering the Circular Solar Future, which brings together experts spanning from policy, finance, technology, industry, as well as development partners, the very pillars of Sunrise. Distinguished guests, please allow me to welcome our distinguished panelists. Dr. Henry Lee, Division Director, Industrial Technology Research Institute, ITRI. Dr. Henry, please come to the stage. Dr. Ovinab Mathur, Advisor of the Board, Attero Recycling. Dr. Shujata Gupta, Director, South Asia Energy Division, Asian Development Bank. Mr. Bernhard Kreuzberg, Project Director from GIZ. Mr. Rishabh Jain, Fellow, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. And I think our respected DG will also join as a panelist soon. Now, I would like to invite Gulin from ISA once again to moderate the panel discussion. Gulin, over to you.
Thank you, Mudabbir. And dear audience, firstly, a huge round of applause for the presentation that I just gave, and the video we just launched, and for the panelists that are here. I know it is after lunch, and let's wake ourselves up with some claps. Thank you. So, I am very delighted to welcome our distinguished panel, which represents the pillar of this transition: policy, finance, technology, innovation, and industry, each bringing a vital piece of circularity puzzle. So, without wasting much time, I will dig right into it, and I would move into the first section, which is on policy and ecosystems. And my question is for Mr. Rishabh Jain. The Council on Energy, Environment and Water has long been creating evidence around waste generation, waste treatment, identifying markets for reclaimed materials, and developing financing solutions for circular economy. Even in your recent report, Making India a Hub for Critical Mineral Processing talks about addressing vulnerabilities in the supply chain of critical minerals. So what are the challenges that you foresee on turning waste to resources, and how organizations like ISA can overcome those challenges?
Thank you, Gurleen, for the invitation and for the opportunity. At CW, for the last couple of years, we have been working on estimating the waste that will be generated from solar modules. But the same goes very well with any other technologies in the clean energy sector, like wind, batteries, or EV. Last year, we came up with an analysis with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, estimating the waste of 600 kilotons that would be potentially generated by 2030, and more so going forward. One of the biggest challenges that we foresee, and in a report that we will be launching in the next couple of weeks, is that the logistical challenge of collecting the waste from the end consumer is the largest cost factor. Sorry. In our upcoming report, we analyze and we see that around 50 to 60% of the waste cost itself is because of the logistical constraints. Now, I'll give you some examples. In our analysis that we found that most of India's waste will be generated in 5 states. Some of these states are in the western part of the country and some are in the southern part of the country. Now, unless and until there are recycling centers that are set up where the waste is generated, it will not make sense for many of the recycling companies to then go and pick up and sometimes pick up the waste and then recycle it. So that is one. In the recent analysis that we'll be also launching, adding this cost to the overall cost, it means that there is approximately $100 to $120, $140 of delta because of mechanical and chemical recycling. So there's logistical cost, then there's the cost of recycling, and if we add all of that in business as usual, it is of course huge. However, if there can be policy changes in a sense that maybe modules are available free of cost, or if modules are available close to where the recycling happens, some of these things can be made economically viable. Finally, what can ISA do? Of course, India, despite being one of the largest markets, this is such a huge challenge. So we can only estimate the kind of problems or concerns that countries which are slightly smaller and may not necessarily have the volumes, how should they tackle? This then begins to say that what is the role and how can we design business models, how can we design certain recycling centers that maybe disassemble, slightly recycle in locations that are close to the center and maybe then ship it to some other places. So business models that are adapted to the countries where the waste is generated is very important. At the same time, of course, the technology, availability of the technology for people to recycle. Of course, if I don't have a technology, I may end up using chemicals that are not in the best interest. So I think ISA can really help a lot of the member countries by providing them the necessary support, information through availability of tech, policy, and maybe some market design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. So, for answering that, which links me or leads me to the next segment, which is about technology. So, as we know, policy creates the guardrails, but it is technology that defines what is possible. So, let's move into the innovation side of circularity and talk about what Mr. Jain just mentioned, which is about disassembly. So, Dr. Lee, ITRI has been pioneering R&D from easily dismantled PV modules to high purity material recovery. Beyond conventional mechanical and thermal processes, what new technologies are showing the greatest promise for rapid commercial uptake across different regions?
Okay, thank you. From Taiwan experience, there are three technological now moving toward to commercial application. The first one is high-value material recovery. The two is low temperature. It means low energy, low chemical, the eliminatory process. The last is second life reuse and clarification. We view the circular design into three layers: modular, system, and project manager. Especially in modular level, we have to easy debonding for recycle. Easy debonding is a new design for modular structure by using a new encapsulant. For example, thermoplastic material, not thermal satin EVA material. Obtained so. Through this new design, the material of PV module could be easily obtained like wafer, glasses, or very used for metal. The system level module reduced power waste. And the third project level is very important, while we decommission planning at installation stage at the first installation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. So thank you for highlighting different kinds of technologies that are used in lab and on the design side of the recycling process. Now, from lab, let's move on to the factory floor. So, Dr. Abhinav, you are living this reality every day. So, Attero is demonstrating how waste becomes an asset. From ground up, how do you view the combined market for battery and PV recycling as part of India's emerging circular economy? And what will it take to scale this commercially across ISA member countries? And do you think how can we make this viable?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity and for the invitation. And heartiest congratulations to ISA for establishing the Sunrise platform. I think it's very timely and very important. When you look at solar panels and solar energy, it is not only important that at the time of generation there should be sustainability, but sustainability should continue even as we get into the end of life stage, and which is something which you are doing now and living this particular thing. It's very, very important, and I would like to congratulate you on that. Now, coming to what you asked about, both PV as well as battery, I think it's extremely important that we do efficient recycling of these materials, because there are two aspects to it. One is that there is a lot of hazardous materials which are there, and if let alone and if it is allowed to decay in the fields, it will be extremely bad for the environment and for the social, the entire society itself. So that's one. The second is there is a huge amount of critical materials which are present, in these, sort of equipment, which need to be extracted back and put back to commercial use. And it's very important given the geopolitical situation which is now emerging globally, and we need to be able to be in control of this. So circularity becomes very, very important. So we at Attero, given that we are recyclers and we have been at this for more than like 15, 20 years, it's something that we see as a huge opportunity, and the numbers that you have shared here is something that we are looking at really in a very, very positive manner. Now, coming to technologies that we have developed, we have been working on solar panel recycling, and we have successfully been able to extract most of the materials which are there in solar panels of all kinds, whether this is aluminum, glass, whether this is gold, platinum, etc., from the chips there, whether it is from the batteries we are able to extract lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese. A total of 22 critical materials is what we are able to extract from each of these. Having said that, the point that Rishabh made with regards to the commercial viability and the challenges in logistics, so that's a key challenge which needs to be circumvented. The way that we have been approaching it, while Rishabh did say that we should be closer to the places where the solar farms, etc. are, my own view is that we'll have to go into the solar farms themselves. In fact, what we are trying to design is a movable recycling equipment. And what we would want to actually bring to fruition is a platform which can be moved to the solar farms, and then there at least a first level of recycling could happen where the glass, the aluminum, and so on and so forth could be separated out, and the more the places, the PCBs and wherever there are critical materials, they could be shipped to central places where it could be economically and viably turned into critical materials. So that's something that we see. The second challenge which I would like Rishabh to actually include in subsequent reports that he is sort of going to work on is the fact that there is no clear owner or the financier for this particular operation, right? So if you look at solar panels, and which is different from say plastics or electronics, the life of the solar panels are really very, very large. So 25 to 30 years. And the lifespan of these solar panels are such that some companies which would have installed it might no longer be in existence. And the current EPR mechanisms, extended producer responsibility mechanisms, may not be sufficient for such a thing to happen. So the suggestion that we have made, and to make it economically viable and to really scale the operations, what we need to do is we need to ensure that there is enough and more finances available. And for that, I think at the very beginning, some amount of monies will have to be put into a central depository where it can be sort of then be put to recycling. So that's one. The second is maybe in the same model as in the case of telecom, there was a cess which was charged from the consumers itself, and a fund was created, which then led to the creation of a broadband, network across the country in India. And I think that will be something which will happen globally as well. So a fund will have to be created, which will then accumulate these funds, which can then be used for recycling. So these are two suggestions which I'd like to leave for the crowd. From an Attero standpoint, we continue to be committed to ensure that we make more and more technologies which will be making it viable to be able to extract materials out of it. And that's something that is a commitment that we would like to continue to work upon. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. You talked about finances, you talked about funding, and now it's time for ADB. So, ma'am, as you heard, we need to build an efficient recycling hub. And when we do that, we need a major upfront investment. So what innovative structures, maybe Dr. Mathur talked about a solar circularity fund or maybe blended finance tools, could ADB or any other multilateral deploy to crowd in private capital or reduce risk for early movers and make it commercially viable, such technologies?
Thank you, Gurleen. And let me start by thanking ISA for the kind invitation and, to be part of this very important session. And I think you've taken the bull by the horns. This is an issue which is very important. And again, congratulations on the Sunrise platform. I like the name also. We are looking at sunrise at the sunset of the equipment and the project. But again, very, very important, and more seriously, you can think of it as a reverse value chain. When we build something, we see how to get different components. Here we are seeing at the end of the life of the project how to address the different components that come out. So, it is a sort of a value chain for me. And actually, my previous speakers have addressed some of the points that I wanted to raise, but more specifically in terms of having a solar circularity fund, as you very rightly said in your question, this fund needs to be sustainable. This fund needs very large investments. So it cannot survive on the basis of grants. So initially, MDBs, bilaterals can look at de-risking and crowding in private investments, but that is only in the initial phase. Long term, it has to have incentives that will make funds flow into this vehicle, if I may call it. So ADB can consider supporting such a fund if there is a request from our developing member countries. And again, some funds exist right now, but they're looking more at R&D, and they're looking more at small pilots. So what's required is a scale up and blended finance, where you use concessional money to leverage commercial resources. So that brings in scale. Then again, using credit enhancement mechanisms that will again bring in scale. So using a small amount of concessional money, we should be able to leverage a higher volume of resources. Then there was some discussion on standardized and modular plants going to where the facilities are. So again, this modular recycling hubs, these which can be replicated at different locations, or they can go to different locations, will help in de-risking the technology and the scale-up risk. So replicability is very important in my view also. And then any solar circularity fund needs to work hand in hand with the EPR. And the fund would help in ensuring capacity and scalability. So, in fact, I was also going to suggest that the policies can consider, a small levy at the point of generation. So let's say we charge, and it's going to be a flat cost, so it would not, for all bidders, so it would not impact competitiveness. But if there was, say, 1 or 2 paisa per kilowatt hour generated, this would then help to build a fund. And luckily, the life here is so long, so we would be, collecting these resources over a period of 20 to 25 years, which can be quite substantial, and address the risk of, the producer not being there at the end of 25 years. So again, and these funds can be reinvested during this period and, further multiply. So again, this is one thing that we can look at. Of course, initially it will have to be, it has to take off with concessional funds from MDBs, from other bilaterals and, GCF, etc. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata. So we've heard from policy, we've heard from technology, we've heard from industry, and we've also heard from financial institutions. Now we know that finance can enable scale, but policy experience can go a long way in ensuring sustainability, and I'm sure all of you would agree to that. So Bernhard, you have seen how circularity has matured in Germany, and we would like to hear from you what Global South can learn from it. So, Germany's circular economy rests on strong legislation and industrial capacity. So, what do you see as the main structural barriers for developing economies, and how can the principle of EPR, as Dr. Sujata just talked about, and WEEE management be adapted where the informal sector plays such a dominant role?
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity and for this very nice question. Thank you. Actually, to me, there are two advantages I would see with our German experience. The one is, I think we have a very nice experience in collecting materials, right? So everyone who was in Germany and had a drink of water knows that you pay a credit for this water, and if you give the bottle back, you get the credit back. So this is a very nice collection system, right? So collecting to have the amount of materials that it's economically viable to recycle is super important. So collection is a very important step. Germany is a very small country, and for us it's easy to have these collection structures, right? For the electronic materials as well as for the PV panels, it's the same process. So you pay if you purchase a panel a certain amount, a certain price for the removal and the recycling, and the structures will be in place to collect those materials, to have them in one place, and to go for recycling. So I think the major challenges for the global South, as you ask, to me is to think how collection could be managed in a country big like a world in its own, like India, or if you think about any other country where the distribution already is a challenge, so how can collection be managed? I think this is a very important point. And the next question is, there's one point where the fund is allocated for the recycling, and this is when you purchase. So the first day you receive your materials, you pay in Germany for the recycling, right? So it's very important to establish an administrative system that those funds will be allocated for an event that will be hopefully 20 or 30 years later, right? So I think this administrative challenge to handle is very important, and to see how the financial mechanism and the time gap between purchasement and recycling could be survived. So in this way. So to me, this is somehow something like a guarantee fund, right? So not a guarantee in terms of warranty, it's the guarantee at the end of the lifetime of a material there will be allocated funds to recycle. But actually to me this is a very important point also, because this long lifetime is a challenge, but also our materials should be created in a way that this in economic lifetime should be as long as possible. So the recycling point of those materials should be as far in the future as possible. As we all know from the recycling theory, so the best before recycling is the reuse, and the best before reuse is the use. So I have PV panels on my rooftop, and I hope I will not experience the day when they need to be removed and recycled. I want them to survive, right? So to me, this is the most important thing. And the major learning for me is, and the major discussion we have here in India with my project is the question, what are the quality criteria to make a PV panel survive for 30 years, even in difficult conditions, like on agricultural land, handling with heavy machines. And so to me, this always needs to be highlighted once recycling is a topic. Before the recycling comes, the reuse, and the use should be as long and as extended as possible, to my understanding.
So,
thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for highlighting some very important points, and my colleague there in the corner would be extremely happy to hear from you about the robust collection systems that Global South countries need to adopt. And also your points on looking at reuse and reliability and degradation of PV modules are also very important, not only for harsh environments, but also for the countries in Global South, which have very different climatic conditions from countries which are in the temperate climate zones or in the Global North. And that is why our session later this day, which is on standardization and harmonization, becomes very, very important as well, and ISA recognizes that. So thank you for raising all these very pertinent points. So Mr. Khanna, we hear from Dr. Gupta that you're taking the bull by the horn with this launch of the platform. So as International Solar Alliance champions solar in Global South, you're uniquely positioned to look ahead. And the sheer volume of end-of-life solar panels, as we have discussed, is often seen as a waste crisis. So through this new Sunrise network, you're planning to reframe this challenge from a waste disposal problem into the single greatest source, a resource optimization opportunity for the Global South. How do you plan to actually do that?
Thank you, everyone, for a lively discussion. Let me, before answering Gurleen's question, talk about 2-3 things. One, I think, Sujata, you mentioned, it's very interesting, Increase, that this is sunrise, because what's unique about sun is that after every sunset, there's a sunrise. So that is a very apt title, that as the solar PV plant is having a sunrise, recycling will ensure there is sunrise. The second, and this is something, let me please share even about a session later on harmonizing standards, that our assembly is a mix of political leadership and technical experts. Why are we talking about sunrise and harmonizing standards in what is sometimes perceived as a technical question? Because I think if we need to find a way forward on issues on harmonizing standards and battery and solar PV waste recycling, we need a combination of political will of countries coming together and technical experts coming on business models. Therefore, we felt it was very apt to actually do it in our main assembly session. The third part, which I think one of you alluded to, is that those of us who have ever dealt with just urban waste management know how difficult the agenda, and when I was hearing Bernard talk about it, in segregating waste. It's one of the most defining problems, that how so many developing countries are not able to do a very good job even on urban waste. The challenges are something similar. A solar PV waste management is not very different in terms of that quality. What is our ambition? Our ambition first is that we must be conveners of creation of an ecosystem. As some of you have highlighted, the standards and business models are not known. They're not even proven in one country, leave about in terms of absorption in other countries. Just as any industry started, whether it was internet, meters, there was a lot of proprietary technology, proprietary issues that didn't allow open sources. We envisage that by having a forum of all the convening countries, we can create an open source kind of a platform where people start sharing, people know, and there is a lot of sharing of knowledge and networks. The second issue is a lot of awareness of what this really means for critical minerals. I must confess, I'm not an expert, but when the team first time presented to me that 90 to 95% of critical minerals can be recovered, I was surprised. Because how many of you know that from a solar PV plant after decommissioning, you can take 90-95% of the materials? Now that's a very important information and in terms of, and third is financing. Already in the panel, some very interesting ideas are coming. A lot of countries have done a cess on fuel to fund a lot of electrification or sustainable. A lot of countries put a fuel on other things. Is that a model? Because we are looking at a 30-year, whether a fund can be created out of some multilateral funds. I think it's very important to have international convening forums to discuss it. So those are some of the issues which is, we feel it's very vital. Those who are already doing a lot of solar, because this problem is going to come very soon, and those who are beginning it can actually plan it while doing procurement.
Thank you, DG, for your remarks and very interesting insight on how we are going to operationalize it in the next 3 years as well. So my next question is going to be for all the panelists here. And this is a closing question. So in one sentence, briefly, please share with us what is the single most tangible deliverable your institution will commit to achieving through or with Sunrise to advance the circular solar future. And I will start it from the left side. Dr. Lee.
In the Sunrise program?
Yes.
Yes. I think of course, if we want to move towards global cycle model, we need to discuss standard of, as we mentioned, the Sunrise program to enable the circulation of cycled material and create a viable solar circular economy model. So some country or some teams can provide technology or financial or marketing or the process. So we have to cooperation, every country or every item or team to cooperation together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bernhardt?
Actually, from my point of view, with our GIZ project in mind, I would say a vibrant quality discussion could be provided. So the discussion about standards, what is quality, how should it be translated into a standard, and how the sustainability part could be supported. Yes, standards and quality.
Thank you. Dr. Mathur?
Yeah, from a Tero's perspective, I think the, the key expertise that Tero has is of multi-metal refining. And we have some experience of creating technology, creating machines which are more effective for recycling. And as Ashish has pointed out, that there is a great need for technology and a lot of cooperation amongst the various countries of the global south. We would like to be a company which can provide that support. We would like to be that country which can create these technologies and make it available for everybody to use. And that's something that is a commitment that we'd like to make. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Jain?
Thank you. I think your final slide had lots of activities. Some of these, of course, we also do in terms of quantifying the waste, etc. But I would say as knowledge partners, very active partners to Ministry of Mines and Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, I would want to link three things: recycling, critical minerals, and solar manufacturing or clean energy manufacturing. One thing that we have spoken about is the reuse. It's also important, how do we design for circularity? And that is where the conversation has to come to the manufacturers itself in the first place. So we'll be happy because we are also working across the value chain. How do we design these components? How do we design a product that not only withstands the extreme temperatures, but is very easy to recycle by people across the world, even with the lowest skill possible? So happy to work with ISA on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gupta?
In terms of, as I said, this is a very, very important topic and very relevant, especially given the exponential growth of the solar industry. So ADB would be happy to include this in our policy dialogues that we have with our partner countries and explore opportunities as to how we can support, as an ADB can support these through our technical assistance programs. And as you know, we are working very closely with ISA, so we look forward to learning from your experience on Sunrise and then sharing it with our partner countries and our continued collaboration with ISA.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. DG?
I think...
He has to do all the work.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what are you asking him for one contribution?
Yeah. No, it's a business model. I think in all ecosystem creations, a business model that is financeable and can get the cost-benefit analysis. That is something that we are going to then share with everyone.
Thank you.
Actually, she will have to do everything.
So I'm bringing it upon myself. So thank you so much to all our panelists for an incredibly insightful and forward-looking discussion. So what we've heard today is not just a series of perspectives, it's a blueprint for new solar revolution. We heard from ISA's vision. We saw how Global South can lead this next frontier, redefining end-of-life solar as a resource opportunity. From CEW, we have heard the need for strong policy design with regional recycling hubs, and that circularity begins at the drawing board, not at the landfill. ITRI reminded us that technology is a real game changer. Innovations in design, dismantling, and recovery are already proving that solar materials can live multiple and long lives. ETRO recycling showed us that this isn't just theory. With modular recycling hubs, circular business models are already creating value. And ADB brought in the missing link, finance. To make circularity real, we must turn it from a compliance or levy cost into an investable opportunity. And GIZ reminded us that Global South doesn't need to start from scratch. We can learn from decades of global experience in collection, in terms of standards, harmonization from Germany's work, and adapt what works for Global South. So the Sunrise platform, especially its community of practice, will be bridging this connection and connecting all these dots through next 3 years, linking data with policy, technology with investment, and vision with action. So as we close this panel discussion, I want to echo one powerful thought. The solar journey doesn't end when a panel stops generating electricity. That is where a new chapter begins of recovery, generation, and reimagining value. That is really important. So the waste of today is the resource of tomorrow, and opportunity to grab that is now. With this, I would like to close this panel discussion, and I would hand over the mic to Director General ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, for his strategic remarks on Sunrise. Okay, so we would like to bring this session to close. And for that, I would like to invite Honorable Minister Abdullah Jinapur, Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Republic of Ghana, to deliver the closing remarks and our collective call to action.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, members of the media, and everybody gathered here. Yesterday, I arrived here, and this morning, DG asked me whether this was my first time of coming to India. And I told him, no, this is my 6th time of coming to India. So I may as well qualify to have a green card so I can always come to India. It's been very, very inspiring. We had the President herself, our big brother, the minister. He spent the whole day with us. We're exceedingly grateful. It tells me the seriousness with which he attaches to this whole exercise. And I find it very, very inspirational. As we conclude this very, very inspiring session, I am filled with optimism, and I am resolved that we will make progress from this very, very 8th session. There's only one thing I look out for. DG, and this goes to you. Next year, by the time we meet at this time, I want to point out to some projects that we've undertaken with you to ensure that this whole exercise transform into the lives of ordinary people, particularly in my country. The launch of Sunrise, the solar upcycling network for recycling, innovation, and stakeholder engagement signifies a pivotal moment for the International Solar Alliance and marks a defining step towards the next phase of the global solar revolution and serve-to-serve cooperation. Today, we've heard from diverse leaders across policy, industry, research, and development who have underscored a clear and vital truth. Transitioning from solar power to solar circularity is essential and not an option. To fully realize a sustainable clean energy future, solar technology must incorporate solar economy principles, covering design, deployment, reuse, recover, and regeneration to truly make our green transition sustainable. And when we went for lunch, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from all the countries that we sat with, and some of the innovative technology that they are adopting in order to ensure that we supply clean, sustainable energy for our economic development. Through Sunrise, ISA demonstrates leadership by converting challenges into opportunities, creating new industries, securing critical materials, and promoting inclusive green growth, particularly in Africa, where we need this energy the most. Small island developing states and small economies can benefit immensely from solar deployment. For Ghana and many African countries, this initiative is both an inspiration and a practical partnership. Establishing regional recycle hubs, knowledge networks, and circular supply chains will certainly unlock significant value, which measures not just by recovered materials, but is measured by the jobs we create, by innovation, and sustainability for our people. I commend the International Solar Alliance. I commend the government of India. I commend you, Minister, and I thank you very much. And I commend all partners for shaping Sunrise. This platform embodies the spirit of shared responsibility and prosperity that defines those of us in the ISA family. Let us recommit today to ensuring that every solar panel, every battery deployed, powers not only the grid, but also protects our planet's future. Together, let us transform solar power into solar circularity, turning waste into wealth for our economies, for our environment, and generations yet to come. Once again, let me thank you and to thank all the panel members for the insightful and knowledge that you've exhibited. Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Dear Honorable Minister, thank you for your closing remarks. And I would like to once again thank everyone on the podium and all the panelists for a very engaging and interesting discussion. And with this, I would like to close this session. Thank you. Thank you. Can we have a group picture, please? Yeah. Can we have a group picture, please?
It is now time to commence the first impact session of this assembly, a fireside conversation that reflects the ISA's journey from vision to implementation. I invite Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, and Mr. Naveen Srivatsav, Director Operation of the Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, to lead this engaging dialogue.
Thank you, Honorable President. Let me just quickly start the reason of why we are having this impact session. A lot of you, when we met in the RCMs and even in general discussions, whether it's to deal with the unfortunate outage in Spain and others, were asking about the transmission bottlenecks. And the intermittency of renewables requires a very elaborate plan of transmission. And we thought, what better way than having all the 125 countries and the senior representatives here to talk about Power Grid, which has managed in India to unleash transmission enough not only for 120 gigawatts of solar, but a much, much larger plan. So Mr. Naveen Srivatsav, Director Operations, welcome. It's going to be about 15 minutes. I will throw him a lot of questions, asking him to respond in 2-3 minutes. So Naveenji, my first question is, tell us a little bit about Power Grid's experience in grid modernization and digital transformation, especially how that can be very useful for all the developing countries, and what is Power Grid's view on next generation of transmission infrastructure?
Thank you, Khanna sir. First of all, I'm thankful and I'm privileged to be part of 8th session of ISA. So, and let me tell you, transmission plays a major role in any of the generations to be used up by the ultimate consumers. And that is always, there is a gestation period. You see that in the, any solar plants can come in a very early stage, but the transmission takes much time and it's having its own challenges also. So first of all, let me tell you, as far as grid modernization is concerned, it is very well, we have to be a grid which is resilient, which is digital, which is robust, and we have to see that it is also smart. The grid, smart grid is very, very important, and I'm telling you, as far as grid modernization is concerned, when RE generations, renewables comes into our grid, it comes out a lot of challenges. I'm telling you, it is intermittent. You see that the voltage profile, the voltage regulations are having an effect. So grid modernization, first of all, it is required that we have to have the equipments which makes the power in a quality power. Then it is required that how reactive power we can control up. So synchronous condensers, STATCOMs plays a major role in that. So in grid modernizations, these are first part. Second is the digitalization, that I'm telling you that lot of datas are coming, lot of substation and its grids are coming up. India is holding all the 5 in the one frequency, we are adopting it. So these we have to be digitalized, as we already working. All the 280 substations are remotely operated by one of our NTMCs. Even asset managements we have gone into totally digital. So these are the 3 things we have to see, that we have to see that the quality power, whatever equipments extra is required, has to become up. Secondly, it should be digital and it should be resilient. The planning should be such a way that it takes maximum power out of it in a right of way, less right of way.
Great. Now, a lot of countries here are in hurricane-prone area, which also have a lot of floods. Can you tell us how is Power Grid ensuring that in your procurement, the climate risks and those aspects are better managed?
Sir, India is having a versatile like atmosphere. You can see floods, you can see cyclones, you can see droughts also. So we are in India grid, has to be very resilient in that part. The things which is coming up, the line availability should be perfect. I can tell you about Power Grid, we are adopting around 99.82% in our availability. Our outage rate is 0.24. The reason is that we have to, first of all, design our system in such a way that towers, it should be, everybody knows it's a 5 zone, that is a 5 wind zone, that is okay. But you have to see that it is a cyclonic affected towers should be, so that they can impact that cyclonic impact. We have to see that the system which is, suppose anything occurs, we have to bring it in early. We are having almost emergency restoration systems which can bring the line maximum in 2 days. That is also we have to see. We have to see that whatever the substations, and we have to design in such a way that it should nearby whatever the flood areas which has occurred, the historical plays major role in designing the system.
That's very important, because it's not only about the design of procurement, but the contingency plans and the security plans have to be there as well. Let's talk about OSOWOG, because we are also today at a time when we are launching OSOWOG. And now you have interconnections working with Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh, and planning a lot more. How is Power Grid aligning its infrastructure expansion with One Sun, One World, One Grid for regional and global interconnections?
Sir, we are already in interconnections, we have already done. Let me tell you, whenever we go for interconnections, it requires 3 to 4 major impacts which we have to see that. First of all is the technical. You have to see that the designing has been done in proper way. You can see in India, when we are connected to Bhutan, we are connected to Nepal, we are connected to Bangladesh, and we are connected to Myanmar. We see that the AC system as well as HVDC, both systems are there. It's a grid collected, or even it is load connected systems are also there. That is, first of all, we have to design in such a way. Second comes out the commercial. We have to have a bilateral agreements and all. We have to see that it should be this thing perfectly, and how to implement it
It can be a many method. We are doing with the Nepal. We have a joint ventures, 50-50% we are putting it. So regulatory, we have to see that whatever both the countries should be in one platform, whatever regulations are there, even grid codes, operational point of view, that the protection coordination is to be very proper. So we are working properly. We have a lot of countries. All the 3 countries which we are connected is going, and further, you know it, in One Sun, One World, One Grid, we are connecting with Sri Lanka also. It's in the planning stage. Similarly, UAE also connection is going to come up. We have already planned and it's approved. We are going undersea with the Andaman, and further it may go up to Thailand or Singapore. That is in the planning stage. So unless we all are connected in one, the actual meaning of One Sun, One World, One Grid, it's only possible when we connect ourselves through expansion, through HVDCs, through AC system, whatever it is.
Great. Tell us a little bit about skills. A lot of countries here would want to become power grid in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. How can they tap into your skill base, and what will be your advice to them on how to build a resilient skill force for future and how they can use your networks?
Of course, Power Grid is also in the learning stage. I don't say that we are perfect, but yes, we are perfectly monitoring and we are continuously emphasizing on innovations and modernization. That is the first thing which everybody has to do it. Unless you make yourself on the platform where the world is moving, so how it is, you have to digitalize the systems, you have to see that the best which is available in the world, we are bringing it. We have to see that the data is going to be a very, very big aspect, because lot number of substation lines when it's coming. So you have to see that these data are bringing at one point, and it has to be AI based. Whatever analysis, whatever you want to see the healthiness of the equipments and all, it's not possible by manual. We have already done. We are I2P. We have now substation people are having their palm top with them. They are not giving any on the paper writing is no registers and all. That is one data is being filled up. It is going to the system, and now we have a palm systems. We can see the each and every equipment, whether it's breaker, whether it's transformers. We are seeing on one top. We have at our hands also. Management can see. We are seeing the life of the equipments which we are going up. And last but not least, we have to see that our manpower are very skilled. We have to keep them trained out, and we have to see that we have already an Academy of Leadership where we are a lot of African countries people are coming up and we are training them. But next aspect is that you have enough now electrical engineers. Now you have to go for data scientists. You have to see that the persons who can use the AI system in your system, it is very much required. They have to keep on. You have to collaborate with academia. Power Grid has already done with the MTech in AI and ML. We are sending the people on our cost, and they are coming back and they are putting it there. So skill development on the upper edge. Secondly, at the lower, the people which has to erect the towers, and there is a scarcity of that. So we have also almost opened 5 skill centers, and further we are moving it. So not only workforce, but also our technocrats are to be trained for future skills.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate that we will really like to expand the Power Grid technical centers to be available to all our member countries.
Surely, why not?
So that's something that is a very open offer. If you have your transmission utilities who would like to be trained on latest digitized softwares, SCADA systems, and online monitoring tools, we will welcome that. And something very important, Navinji, you mentioned, the world, not only in transmission, maybe in distribution and generation also, is going towards intersection of digitization and electrical engineers. And while today's IT experts don't understand electricity, the electricity engineers don't understand AI. And that is a very, very big thing we see going forward, of how the skill set is going to merge. My final question to you, what are the 3 recommendations you would make to all the 125 countries which come with very different backgrounds? What should be their top priorities to accelerate transmission and digitization for interconnections?
you are talking about the interconnection.
In general, if they want to develop into a large transmission systems, what are the top 3 things you will advise based on the journey that you have traversed over the last 30 years?
The very first thing which we have to understand is the planning. Because you all know the gestation period is very, very small for the solar generation or wind generation. So we have to plan in such a manner where the load is, where is the generations, where the load, this in the collaboration manner, you have to see that where the green hydrogen plants are coming, where you require a battery energy, so that your transmission system is utilized in the proper way. Otherwise, if you put it in one way, it will see that it will be used only for a certain period, and certain period it is less loaded. It will affect the full voltage regulation in the system. So planning is the first thing. Second is the collaboration. You have to see that you have to collaborate with not only with the grid operators, but also executors, also with the systems which is coming out, what the policies, you have to collaborate. And the third part is, which is very much important for the asset management, that you have to have digitalization and innovation in your asset management.
Thank you so much. I think you heard everything that mentioned. With that, we come to the closure of the impact session. Honorable President, I think we are ready for the next session. With your permission, why don't I ask the moderator for the next session, Mr. Pankaj Khurana from International Solar Alliance.
Thank you, Khanna sir.
Thank you so much. I hand over to the Honorable President, and then Pankaj, you can be on the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish Khanna and Mr. Naveen Srivatsav. Now I invite Director General of International Solar Alliance to speak on the thematic session of envisaging the regional and the global interconnection for large-scale clean energy transition, which will explore the collaborative pathways to an interconnected renewable future.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'm requesting Mr. Pankaj Khurana from our ISA Secretariat, who leads also work program, to please moderate.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, Excellencies, Ministers, and all the delegates came for our 8th ISA Assembly. It is an immense pride for International Solar Alliance to have distinguished gathering in this session here to speak on importance of advancing regional and global interconnections and to facilitate knowledge exchange and discussions. Let me invite all the delegates on the dais, please. I welcome Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, Dr. D. Sai Baba, please. Honorable Excellency Kulman Gising, Minister of Urban Development, Minister of Energy, Water Resource and Irrigation, Nepal. Member Power Systems, Shri V.K. Singh ji from CEA. Honorable Excellency Mr. Aiko, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Electric Power, Myanmar. Mr. Naveen Sharvastava, Director Operations, Power Grid. Mr. Karma P. Dorji, Director General, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resource, Bhutan. Mr. Shivendu Bose, Electricity and Energy Trade Department, Ministry of Energy, UAE. Mr. Moz Sharif, Lead Energy Specialist, World Bank. Mr. Medonka, MD and CEO, Siemens Energy India Limited. Additional Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Mrs. Prasant, Ministry of Sri Lanka. Thank you all for joining in this gathering here. Now I would like to invite Dr. D. Sai Baba, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power, for the opening keynote address, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Honorable Excellencies, Ministers, dear delegates, and distinguished guests. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this ISA's initiative of including the One Sun, One World, One Grid as its 10th program, and its secretariat were deemed approval by the Assembly. I express my thanks to be invited to this August forum. The world today stands at a defining juncture in its energy journey, with nations across continents committing to deep decarbonization and renewable expansion. India's own commitment of achieving the 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy capacity by 2030 and net zero by 2070 echoes this global determination. I feel pride in sharing that under the able leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we achieved the 50% of non-fossil fuel capacity 5 years ahead of the 2030 target which we have set. The continued reduction in the solar PV and the battery cost of nearly 90% over the last decade clearly indicate that the future energy mix in most countries will be dominated by renewables, particularly solar energy in line with their least cost generation plan. Yet, to fully realize this potential, we must address a core challenge, the intermittency of renewable energy sources and the need for a flexible, interconnected systems that can balance the variability and ensure reliability. While solutions like energy storage, whether pumped hydro or the battery system, help manage the variability at the local level, which we are working towards, but it's a regional and the cross-border interconnection that offer the most suitable and the structural flexibility at this large scale. Guided by this vision that the sun never sets, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, first introduced the idea of connecting the global solar resources at the first assembly of the International Solar Alliance in 2018. The One Sun, One Grid, One World, One Grid OSWOG initiative. This vision was further strengthened at COP26 in Glasgow in 2021. The OSWOG initiative envisages connecting over 120 countries to regional super grid interconnections, enabling the transfer of surplus renewable power across time zones, reducing dependence on the costly storage, and creating a resilient, cost-effective, and globally integrated energy systems. The approach focuses on connecting regional clusters of grids such as South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Europe, rather than isolated nations, thereby establishing a global network of interconnected clean energy regions. To make this vision actionable, Government of India has conveyed its decision for the establishment of the OSWOG Secretariat at the International Solar Alliance. This step will ensure strategic coherence, operational efficiency, and strengthen global collaboration in advanced solar energy deployment, regional and global electricity grid interconnections. The Secretariat will act as an institutional anchor of this initiative, facilitating dialogue, supporting member countries in policy, strategy, regulatory planning and technical harmonization, advancing the cross-border project preparations, regional electricity markets, and building capacity to make cross-border energy interconnections economically, financially, and technically viable and supported with sound strategy and policy setup. Actually, we are working on this and we are able to see, and we are looking forward for a good help on these by the Secretariat so that we are able to achieve our objectives. Presently, India is a regional hub with several bilateral and multilateral electricity links in South Asia. An integrated South Asian bulk power system offers a large economic and decarbonization benefits. The commercially and technically feasible operational routes we have with our neighboring countries and planning to be with Saudi Arabia, UAE and Sri Lanka can be a foundation for the unified scalable market platform for power that can be extended to the OSWOG. We have already demonstrated this effort towards regional power exchanges by facilitating the power trade between Nepal and Bangladesh. It was a very small step, but it's a small step towards a greater achievement. Our cross-border interconnection with Bangladesh, Nepal and Bhutan is around 10,000 megawatt, which is expected to double to almost 20,000 by 2030. We have an established mechanism of the joint technical team, joint working group, and joint steering committee at various levels to devise the policies, contractual agreements, tariff determination, and sharing mechanism through its bilateral links. However, we must acknowledge that challenges ahead. Integrating the diverse national grid will require addressing technical complexities, economic cost-benefit analysis, regulatory alignment, and coordinated operational planning. It will also demand substantial financial mobilization and risk-sharing mechanism that ensure equitable benefit to all the participants. The establishment of the OSOWOC Secretariat at ISA marks a new phase in this journey. It will serve as a global platform for coordination, innovation, and capacity building, working closely with partners such as regional development institutions to realize the vision of interconnected global solar grid. And I'm sure that today's discussion, actually we were hearing the discussions, and now whatever discussion will happen will bring valuable insights from experts, government, industry leaders on technical, commercial, and social dimension of this transition which we are looking for. These inputs will strengthen our collective roadmap for achieving a clean, resilient, and interconnected energy future. While the sun may set in one of the regions, it rises in another. Its energy is limitless, and through OSOWOC, we have the power to make that energy illuminate every corner of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring speech. I'm now going to invite Honorable Kulmen Khising, Minister of Urban Development, Minister of Energy, Nepal, for his special address, please.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address this distinguished gathering and reflect on the immense opportunities that regional and global power interconnections offer for our shared clean energy future. In Nepal, our clean energy journey is guided by a strong national commitment to renewables. We have developed nearly 4,000 megawatt of generation capacity with hydropower and solar contributing almost 100%, making Nepal one of the greenest electricity producers in the world. Blessed with an immense hydropower potential, estimated 83,000 megawatt of hydropower potential and about 42,000 megawatt of pump storage potential, our resources are clean, renewable, and perfectly complement the solar and wind systems of our neighboring countries. Alongside hydropower, Nepal is steadily expanding solar generation with about 140 megawatt already connected to the national grid and around 1,100 megawatt in various stages of development. Our policy aims to continue scaling up solar energy to maintain balanced and diversified renewable mix, enhancing overall grid reliability and energy security. Currently, hydropower projects with a total capacity of about 8 gigawatts are in various stages of development, including 4.8 gigawatts under construction with Indian public and private sector investment. This reflects growing investment confidence and deepening regional cooperation in clean energy. Nepal's vision is to harness this potential not only for national development but also to become a major clean energy exporter in South Asia, targeting up to 15,000 megawatt of renewable power exports by 2035. We see hydropower as a strategic enabler of South Asia's clean energy transition and a vital source of grid stability and flexibility. A landmark long-term power trade agreement between Nepal and India, concluded in June 2023, envisions the export of 10,000 megawatts over the next decade. Building on the joint vision statement of Prime Ministers of Nepal and India in April 2022, this milestone marks a major step in expanding the regional power market and strengthening energy cooperation. Cross-border energy cooperation lies at the heart of Nepal's clean energy vision. We have established strong interconnections with India and initiated trilateral power trade with Bangladesh. During the wet season, Nepal exports around 1,100 megawatt of electricity, while in the peak dry season, we import up to 800 megawatts through various market mechanisms. For effective regional integration, however, it is essential to strengthen transmission infrastructure not only between Nepal and India, but also between India and Bangladesh and other countries. This will lay the foundation for a fully interconnected BIMSTEC power grid. Nepal's power transformation has been driven by growing cross-border connectivity with India. What began with modest 33 kV links in the 1970s has evolved into high voltage interconnection like the Dalkebar-Muzaffarpur 400 kV line. Among other measures, these interconnections helped eliminated decade-long load shedding in Nepal. Under our joint transmission planning with India up to 2035, 8 high-voltage interconnections have been identified to enable over 16 gigawatts of cross-border power exchanges. The Dalkebar-Muzaffarpur 400 kV line is already operational, while the Butol-Gorakhpur and Dalkebar-Sitamarhi lines are in advanced stage of completion. The development of financing modalities for next 2 high-voltage transmission line corridors have been finalized, and studies are underway for several cross-border transmission lines to reinforce this expanding network. As regional and global grids evolve, interconnections will enable renewable power to flow across time zones, balancing demand and supply, lowering cost, and expanding access. This vision aligns perfectly with One Sun, One World, One Grid, where clean energy flows seamlessly and sustainably across borders. To make this vision a reality, regional countries must work toward integrated power markets that enable smooth, non-discriminatory, and unrestricted green energy flow. Transparent regulations, harmonized standards, and open access to transmission infrastructures will be key to attracting private investment and ensuring long-term sustainability. Another vital dimension of sustainability is the resilience of our energy infrastructures to the growing impacts of climate change. Despite Nepal's negligible contribution to global emissions, increasingly frequent floods and droughts are causing severe damage to our power systems and livelihoods, often demanding major reconstruction efforts. Strengthening climate-resilient infrastructures is therefore a national priority. We call for a stronger regional and international cooperation to address climate-induced losses and to mobilize financing for effective mitigation and adaptation to increasing climate impacts. Nepal stands at a turning point in its clean energy journey. With abundant hydropower, rising solar capacity, and expanding cross-border links, we hold the promise of powering the region sustainably. I invite our friends and partners to join us, invest in Nepal, invest in renewables, and be part of brighter, greener future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I'll request our Director General, Mr. Ashish Khanna, to give a presentation on One Sun, One Word, One Grid from ISA perspective.
Thank you, Pankaj. The importance of any panel sometimes is by the number of panelists, and you can see how important this agenda is. So it's great to be here. I will be making a very brief presentation, basically talking about what we are really attempting. Our idea is, as the Joint Secretary and Pankaj already mentioned, that this was a call given by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in First Assembly, but also in Glasgow COP, that the time has come for connecting countries. The vision is about interconnection. As you can see from the map, the challenges for interconnection are manifold. India, after a huge work by Power Grid, CA and all the entities, is now one national grid with due interconnections from most of the neighboring countries. But there is also a market that exists for individual countries. So if you look at Africa, it's largely three power pools: West Africa power pool, that is dark green; South Africa power pool, that is light green; and East African power pool, that's on the east side, with Northern Africa being a very separate interconnected. Central African power pool is not operational. Then Egypt is getting connected to Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia and GCC are still in early stages of interconnection across countries. Europe, as we all know, has an integrated market with a huge amount of trade happening within Europe through ENTSO. And then there is a huge demand coming over in Singapore and East Asia because of AI, data centers and others, for which there's a huge discussion of whether Singapore can be connected through undersea links or can have online connection via Thailand and Malaysia. Lot of work. The advantages I don't need to mention. As you can see those load curves, the sun peaks at very different times and the off-peak hours are at very different times. So it's a very obvious resource complementarity and diversity of peak demand. Every country I speak to, their first question is, how do I meet my evening peak with solar? In addition to different forms of storage, regional interconnections is definitely one of the big answers. It also gives you energy security, because in the end, if you are connected to other countries, God forbid, if there is any outage or exigency, there is a huge system security that all transmission companies and systems are really aspiring for. In terms of what is going to be a work program, as I spoke very briefly early today, we are having a study jointly with Power Grid, Task Force, with EDF on what are the priority nodes for interconnections between different parts of the world. Once that study is completed in next 2 months, we will be doing a dissemination, bringing countries together. Because once you identify a node, what is the costing, what are the cost-benefit analysis, technical issues, regulatory issues, and financing issues. This we will do through a very lean secretariat. There was a proposal at some point of time to have almost an ISA equivalent secretariat for OSOWOG. We believe that is probably not warranted at this time, because a lot of detailed financing work of regional interconnections is managed bilaterally and by banks. ISA does not intend to do any real financing and DPR work for interconnections. We will have a lean secretariat of about 4 or 5 big experts that are going to work with partners, whether it is UAE, in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, or Singapore, on having concrete set of feasibility-based discussions on looking at institutional financial models, and this would really be the bulk of our work going forward, of prioritizing knowledge sharing, capacity building, and expert webinars. So this is a momentous occasion because this was under preparation for a long time. We are delighted that we are able to open this, and with this, I hand over back to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your describing about all the aspects related to OSOWOG and upcoming activities which ISA would be taking up. Now, coming to the panel discussion on long-distance transmission interconnectors, a global opportunity for large-scale energy transition. Our moderator for this session is Shri V.K. Singh Ji, Member Power Systems, Central Electricity Authority, and panelists are there. Now I would like to give the floor to Shri V.K. Singh Ji and request panelists to be brief in 2 to 3 minutes for each of the questions so as to complete the session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity for the role of moderator for very important technical session today. Honorable Minister of Coal and Renewable Energy, a very warm welcome to all of you and all the delegates in this important session. We are honored to have such distinguished guest and speaker who has joined us today. For those who, for the sake of introduction, today before we begin, let me give you a brief overview of what to expect from this session. We are honored to have such distinguished guest and speaker today. So, we have brief background. Okay. So today we have distinguished delegates of this panel, and they do not need any introduction, but for the sake of formalities, I would like to introduce the panel, member of the panel for this session today. First member is Mr. Naveen Srivastava, Director of Operation, who has experience of India in building green energy corridor for facilitating large-scale renewable energy development and grid integration. Mr. Karma P. Dorji, Director General, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resource, Royal Government of Bhutan. He is having vast experience of Bhutan's cross-border electricity trading through trading platform of India and Bhutan. And His Excellency, Mr. Ayakov, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Electric Energy. He has perspective role in Government of Myanmar as a potential energy hub for integrating South Asia and Asian power grid. And next member of panel is Mr. Suvendu Bose, engineering expert, Electricity and Energy Trade Department, Ministry of Energy and Environment, UAE. We learn key learning of Gulf countries in creation of regional GCC grid interconnection and potential for interconnection of GCC grid with Europe and India. Mr. Moez Cherif, Lead Energy Specialist, World Bank. Would like to hear, sir, need of conducive investment and financial environment for developing large-scale cross-border power generating and transmission facility. And we also have Mr. G. Mendoka, MD and CEO, Siemens Energy India Limited. So, the topic for this session is basically a very important and technical session, that regional and global interconnection for large-scale clean energy transition. We all know that India has committed for net zero target by year 2070. NDC target, India has committed that 50% capacity by 2030. We have already achieved that target 5 years ahead, that we achieved the target in July 2025. And for global interconnection, first we have to regional interconnection. India has already established interconnection with our neighboring country. We have cross-border interconnection and trading with Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, and also Bangladesh. As Joint Secretary Transmission already mentioned in his opening remark, that our cross-border trading is of the order of roughly little over 10,000 megawatt in October 2025. But we have planned that this interconnection is going to increase about 20,000 megawatt in next 5 years. Planning exercise has already been done, and work on few of the transmission line is under discussion and planning stage, and few lines with Nepal is already under construction. So we are in last 5 years we have 54 BU export of energy with India. At the same time, we have also imported 42 BU electricity, green energy in fact. So for global interconnection, first South grid need to be interconnected with the Southeast Asian grid. After interconnection with our 4 neighboring countries, we are also planning to for electrical connection with a high voltage transmission line with Myanmar, from Myanmar to Thailand, Thailand to Malaysia, and Malaysia to Singapore. So once South Asia grid and Southeast Asia grid is connected, also we have planned to connect the Indian grid with UAE, Saudi Arabia, and GCC and European grid and South African grid. So this panel will discuss in details on this subject matter. So total time given for me is 30 minutes. So we have 6, 7 panelists. So for each members, roughly time will be of the order of 3 to 4 minutes. If it is not justified having such a vast experience our member having today, so I think I would like to go ahead with the question. So first question with first member of this panel, I would with Mr. Naveen Srivastava. We already heard Mr. Naveen Srivastava, Director Operation Power Grid. He has vast experience in building green energy corridor for large-scale renewable energy and grid interaction. Sir, first question to you, that we all know that the power grid is manning roughly 70% of ISTS network in the country and leader in the country, not only Indian, but you have also presence in you have global presence across different countries. So question is, how can Power Grid experience in grid modernization, green energy corridors for large-scale renewable energy evacuation and resilience contribute to shaping international standard and framework for future regional and global interconnection?
Thank you, Singh Saab. Let me tell you about Power Grid. Power Grid is always a pioneer in bringing the new things in before the world. This is the first country which has come out with the One India, One Grid, One Frequency, started from 1995, and it has by 2007, you can see that India is one frequency. After that, you can see that we are the only organization which is not only operating 765, 400 kV in the 220 kV or 132 kV in the HC system, but also in HVDC we are having 320 kV or 500 kV or 800 kV HVDC. We have already done one pilot project of 1200 kV in Bina. It is in as a pilot project we have done for a small line, and now we'll see that if the responsibility comes, we are going to bring a 1200 kV and all. So grid modernizations and grid resiliency is one of the factors which all of us has to go in that one. Once was what he was talking about, the green corridors. We have planned green corridor for phase 1, then green corridor phase 2, and you can see the phase 1 is almost completed and phase 2 is the implementation stage, and now phase 3 is coming up. Because unless you plan it in the transmission sectors, it is very, very difficult. It will be very, very not correct for the renewable generation which is coming, because renewable is whichever country it is there, it is in a pocket manner. In India, it is on the western part in Rajasthan or in the Gujarat area. So you have to bring this power to a different part of the world. If you see, the hydro will be there in the northeast part. If you see that coal is in the central or the eastern part. So these are, we have to see that we have to integrate it. So these green corridors have come up, and now you see that it is in a very, very good manner that the power is flowing in India. The second part, which is you have told about the grid modernizations, yes, you have to have a resilient and restoration system. We have already told you that ERS and other. But the things which we all have to understand, that the cyber secure is one of the aspects which you have to see, that all the countries have to invest money in the cyber security so that your transmission system, which is now becoming digitalized, AI-based, has to be cyber secure. So grid modernization requires not only digitalization innovation, but it should be a very, very cyber secure. Yes, we are experienced, we turn into standards. We are connected with the Bhutan, we are connected with the Nepal, we are connected with Bangladesh. Air lateral or load system is connected to Myanmar also. And one more line, which is, some more lines are coming with the Nepal. We are almost on the 85% stage. We are going to come up. This is very much required when we have a collaboration between the two countries. Not only planning, but also we have to see that the bilateral agreements and the way how we have to move. There we have in the, Nepal stage, we have made a joint venture company, and 50-50% both the countries are investing in that. That way we are moving, and we see that this is coming up in a very fast manner. We have to see that the grid which is coming up, it is utilized. I'm telling you, Power Grid is almost 85% of the ISTS network Power Grid is holding here. Even MVA capacity with substations, you see that it is also almost 76%. And it is perfectly manning, because we are having outage rate is 0.24 and availability of 99.8 to one of the best in the world. What I want to say is how it is possible, because we have digitalized the system. We have invested the money in innovations. Now my whole equipments are on my tip. I can see in my, on mobile also, which are healthiness of any transformers, any reactors, any breakers, I can see anywhere. The first 765 process-based substation which has come up, it has brought by Power Grid only. It is in operation in Navsari in Gujarat. This is the first 765 kV. But before that, we have come out with the 220 and 400 kV digital substations also. We are going with the digital lines also now, because ROW is very, very critical. So we have to see that dynamic line loading is required. When we want to load maximum, the transmission line is required. So grid modernization plays a major role, because ROW and challenges are so much that to bring the transmission line becomes a very, very difficult task. And once the generation is ready and transmission lines are not there, it's very bad. It is not good for the consumers. So we have to see that we have to plan in proper, and our CTOIL planning, which is a part of subsidiary for Power Grid, they are planning with the discussion with the Grid India, which is the operators, with the executors like Power Grid and other private owners, and they are coming with the good schemes, which is very effective and very good, useful. So I want to tell you, yes, we have to bring out a stable, a resilient, and a quality transmission system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naveen-ji, for limiting your reply in 4 minutes. Thank you. My next question is to Honorable Deputy Minister, Government of Myanmar, on topic Myanmar's role as a potential energy hub for integrating South Asia and Asian power grid. As already I mentioned in my opening remark, that because of strategic location of Myanmar, we are planning for interconnection with India to Singapore by two routes. One is land route from Myanmar to Thailand to Malaysia to Singapore. Another one is the sea route from Paradip to Andaman Nicobar Island to Singapore. Detail exercise already we have worked out in CA. Only issue is the high cost of this project and also the political commitment and the cost of power that will be transported. And in land route, we have two models. That is, some power will be absorbed in the Myanmar, and from Myanmar to Thailand, I think 200 megawatt will be absorbed in the Thailand, from Thailand to Malaysia. And another model is the whole power will be evacuated to Singapore. So this is just at a planning stage. So with this background, my question with Honorable Minister is, sir, what institutional framework and international partnership are being considered to enable Myanmar to function as a regional energy exchange hub within the OSOC architecture?
Thank you.
Sir, just before you reply, sir, I will once again request all the panelists to please limit your answer in 2-3 minutes only. Not, thank you. Yeah.
According to the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan studies, AMSS, Thailand and Myanmar, Laos and Myanmar interconnection projects are included. Therefore, Myanmar was actively participated to accelerate expansion of the multilateral power trade in ASEAN region towards the harmonization of grid connectivity, the establishment of solid framework of ASEAN-wide interconnectivity, including studies in minimum requirements of multilateral power trade, integrated resources reliance, planning and strategy for grid harmonization. Consequently, combining with the aspects from ASEAN and International Solar Alliance with primarily focus on solar and wind energy, we will actively cooperate and collaborate and various international organizations and development partners to support feasibility studies, regulatory harmonizations, and investment mobilization to link between one vision, one identity, one community, and one sun, one wall, and one grid architecture.
Thank you, sir. So just for information, we have only cross-border trade with Myanmar, only 3 megawatt only right now. And in the last meeting between two countries, we are planning to increase this quantum so that Power Grid is already preparing the DPR for interconnection. So my next question is to Mr. Karma P. Dorji, who is Director General, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Royal Government of Bhutan, on topic Bhutan's cross-border electricity trading and vision of regional and global interconnection. In fact, Mr. Karma P. Dorji is a very important person in Royal Government of Bhutan, and he is playing very important role in shaping the policy of Government of Bhutan in electricity sector, sir. So, sir, question to you is, Bhutan has demonstrated the success of hydropower-led bilateral trade. How does your ministry plan to transition this experience toward trilateral, multilateral, market-based regional grid ecosystem?
Thank you, V.K. Singh ji. At the outset, all protocols observed. In the interest of the time, let me put it this way: as the world sort of races towards a clean energy future, small nations, with the abundant renewable energy resources, are proving that they can outsize their roles. And Bhutan is one such example. A country where it's turning its river, the sunlight, into its a strategic sort of advantage, generating power, not just for fueling its development, but also strengthening the regional energy security. So at the heart of this transformation is the Bhutan-India Hydropower Corporation, a model that has been a win-win partnership. It has actually enabled Bhutan to earn much needed revenue, while at the same time exporting a clean energy, a reliable energy, affordable energy to India. Over the past 5 decades, our bilateral partnership has built over 3,000 megawatts. Our next step is very clear, scaling this partnership to the next level. We intend to achieve 25,000 megawatts by 2040 by blending hydropower, solar, and storage solutions. For that, we are looking at in excess of $26–27 billion in terms of the investment. We have made a tremendous progress. As I speak, the partnerships with the leading private sectors like Tata Power, the Adanis, and many more, alongside our own hydropower and solar projects, demonstrates our ability to attract expertise, innovation, and capital. Crucially, Bhutan is building a national capacity to leverage the regional market integration by enhancing cross-border transmission infrastructure from the existing 8,000 megawatts. Bhutan is laying a foundation for a seamless regional electricity market, one that allows all countries to trade efficiently and share the benefits of the clean energy. With the surplus hydropower, solar, pump storage, Bhutan can reliably feed the regional grid year-round. This is more than electricity trade. It is a regional energy security, market efficiency, platform for collaborative climate actions, positioning Bhutan as a catalyst for sustainable energy future for the South Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your vision on Bhutan electricity policy. In fact, today we are importing maximum power from the Bhutan only with our neighboring country, and this quantum is going to increase further because many hydro projects are under planning stage, few projects are under construction. I consider myself very fortunate that I work in Mangdechu hydro project in Bhutan, right from construction to commissioning, and today we are importing that power to India. Thank you. My next question is with Mr. Suvendu Bose, Engineering Expert, Electricity and Energy Trade Department, Ministry of Energy and Environment, UAE, on topic learning from GCC grid and opportunities for interconnection with Europe, India and Africa. Because once a South Asia grid and Asian grid will be connected, our next focus will be connecting this grid with the GCC grid and then African and European grid. Sir, question to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My first question point is that, we have to take two things a little bit different. Developing a transmission network inside a country is a different ballgame. Connecting to the neighboring country is another ballgame. But when we go for the larger regional interconnections with multiple countries connected and getting benefit, that's a completely different ballgame. So we have to be very cautious when we take this SOJOG or similar one going forward, that how we are designing things. In GCCIA, we are a little bit fortunate to experiment this because other than EU, this country connects to the 6 nations from 2009, so 16 years of operation till now. Out of that, 5 are connected with the synchronous grid. That is important, how we are connecting the synchronous grid. And that gives us a very understanding that how we are designing the next phase of this. I think this is really important. The first thing, I think the grid, when larger grid connected in GCCIA, it is not only the energy sharing that happens, but it's a safety net. So now when we talk about the safety net, the point is who is investing in the grid, how do we get the value return? So you have to be a very, open and transparent mechanism to understanding value of lost load. What is the economic benefit countries are getting? And then comes that a little bit on, the developing the trust. Like I can give you the, you have connected to Bangladesh, not only multiple lines India have connected, but we couldn't go to the other side of Bangladesh and connect Myanmar. Because the grid condition itself a different type of generation and discipline. The grid discipline and qualities, they have to be harmonized to get the maximum value of this. So how do we develop? Because when I am connected with the 5 countries with the multiple generators, all generators are connected to the AGC systems, type 1 generators over there. We need to get into a very good discipline and the codes, and that has to be obliged. This is the fundamental. So that's one side of this. Second is coming, the resilience part of this and operational part of this. Then the GCCIA is successful. There is an independent body which actually oversees this. This is not a, so we coming to that when the larger grid comes, what will be the ownership model, what will be the operating model, what will be the settlement model. So those things are getting increasingly complex and we are planning for that because that's a second. A third part is that obviously how do we actually avoid or take care of the conflicts over there. That's another side of this. So you want to think that is the design feature will be coming to this. And finally is that why this is necessary. I'll just touch upon a point because we found out how do we get the value. I'm coming to that, that each 1 unit of tariff rise or decline, now this is a huge impact on the country's GDPs. Either it's towards the inflation or deflation and the competitiveness over there. Now we need to come out with the very clear for each country. Because when we are actually even multiple countries doing, we cannot do a single country multiple this. So it goes one by one country by one. We have to very clearly know each country's value, what they're deriving from this with the connections with the multiple neighbors. And then we come to the second and third and we build by step. So I think those are the things we have been working on for not only for enhancing GCC connecting to the Europe, also working with India as I speak on developing the lines probably further.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your insight on GCC grid sharing. We are already running late this session by 10 minutes. So my next question with Mr. Moez Cherif, Lead Energy Specialist, World Bank. Sir, please pardon me if I pronounce your name incorrectly. So question is, what are the key ingredients for mobilizing investment in trans-regional grid interconnection?
Yes.
Please limit in 2-3 minutes.
Sure, I'll try to be brief. So yes, thank you very much for inviting the World Bank to this distinguished panel. So I'll address the question of, in particular from the point of view of one type of interconnectors, and that's the subsea interconnectors, which I think are essential to realizing the vision, the OSOWOG vision that we saw earlier. These interconnectors tend to be more expensive than the on-land type. So I think 3 key messages and 3 lessons learned in terms of the success of these interconnectors. Number 1 is the importance of regional power planning. I think that was mentioned earlier, and having comprehensive feasibility studies ahead of the launch. Number two, of course, is the political support from both interconnecting countries. That's really crucial. And third point is the availability of investment subsidies, which is a really important ingredient. As I mentioned, these projects tend to be quite expensive, so for their financial viability. And I'll illustrate a little bit these points using a particular project, the Tunisia-Italy subsea interconnector that I had the privilege to work on and finance within the World Bank. So this is a 600 megawatt interconnector, about 200 kilometers, connecting the north of Africa to the southern part of Europe. And the cost is estimated around 1 billion euros, which is about 1.2 billion US dollars. So, of course, the first step is to have a very good quality technical and economic pre-feasibility study. And this allows to weed out those projects that may not be feasible. I think it's important at the outset, those that are really, don't give economic value for the investment. Then you move on to the feasibility stage, and I'm not going to get into the details, but these tend to be very expensive, especially for the subsea interconnectors. And the one in particular, one study is about the routing of the cable. And for example, in the project I mentioned, this was more than 5 or 6 million US dollars because it requires very specialized equipment. The next point is having a clear vision on the institutional and commercial model that that the two governments wish to implement. Is it going to be public sector structure with a joint venture? Is it going to be more of a private sector structure with an SPV? How will you allocate the capacity, particularly if there is some congestion? Will you have auctions? How do you design the tariff? So that's very important to have this upfront. And maybe one final point, I come back to the importance of investment subsidies. So this is because even when the project is economically viable, not all the economic benefits can easily be monetized. I mean, the energy exchanges can be, but some other benefits like security of supply, the grid stability, some of these benefits that we heard, they're not easily monetized. So the project that I mentioned, for it to be lifted off the ground and to become financially viable, there had to be about 1/3 of the cost was provided by the EU as an investment subsidy. So I think these are some of the lessons learned that I wanted to share, and I'm sure they are applicable to some of the projects that we're looking at, for example, India, Sri Lanka interconnector, and some of the others. I think there are many in Asia now that are being considered, Indonesia to Singapore, and so on. So
yes,
thank you.
Yes, thank you. We are also planning for India to Maldives also. That is also in preliminary stage. So thank you very much for your sharing. And last question to panel, to Mr. G. Mendonca, MD and CEO, Siemens Energy India Limited. Sir, your question is, how do you see the private sector company's role in implementation of such international grid? Because private sector had to play a major role.
Yeah, of course. So first of all, thank you for having Siemens Energy in this important event and panel. The private companies play basically two main roles. One is, of course, on the development of projects, like Power Grid and other companies, of course, are doing, and although it's state-owned company, many companies in India, like Adani and Tatas, are very much active in this kind of project. In the case of Siemens Energy, as a private company, we actually, of course, on the technology side, and it's where we bring a big contribution for interconnection of countries. And, I think when we talk about interconnection of countries, we have to have two main topics in mind to make it short because of the time. One topic is the technology. When we do interconnection, especially interconnection from renewables, of course, the most suitable technology is HVDC, so connections in high voltage and direct current. And there are many technical reasons for that, how we do this in this kind of technology in direct current. One of that is, of course, the efficiency, because you can transport very large blocks of power with the minimal losses possible, but also more, technical things like connecting grids that are in different frequencies, 50 hertz, 60 hertz. The HVDC allows you to connect different frequencies and also asynchronous grids. Also, the HVDC works like a firewall, because if there is a disturbance in one country, then you protect the grid of the other country to not get through the same situation as we mentioned here on the stage between Spain and Portugal. There is this kind of isolation. So we see a lot of country interconnections doing through AC, and it's also working, of course. But when we talk about connection of renewables, HVDC is the best solution for that. And we are proud at Siemens Energy to be very active on this sector. So we can say that we have done the largest HVDC interconnection between Scotland and Wales with 2.3 gigawatts. We have done the longest one, almost 800 kilometers between Denmark and the UK, subsea. And now we are doing the deepest one in 2,300 meters between Italy and the islands of Sicilia and Sardinia. So we have a very large experience on doing that. And we are, of course, happy to support. We are in this country, for more than 100 years, and we are happy to keep supporting India and the countries in the neighborhood. And maybe the last topic that I would just mention is the planning, right? We have to have in mind that the implementation of solar farms takes maybe 12 months, right? Super quick. However, transmission still takes 3 years, right? And then we have to plan the transmission coming upfront. So when the farms come, we can simply connect and not plan as we had planned in the time of thermal generation, where the thermal generation took 5 years to come and transmission could come along. Today, transmission has to come first, and then the farms can connect without any problem. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Honorable President, sir, for the paucity of time, I am not taking any question from audience also. If there is any question, kindly send it through email and it will be replied back. And
thank you.
So I propose, if no further cross question with the panelists, because paucity of time, and I propose to close this session. And my take on this session is that to achieve the OSOC target, clear policy decision need to be taken at the highest level, and jointly we have to work together to achieve the target. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri V.K. Singh ji, for giving a moderator role. And thank you very much all the panelists for the insightful discussion. Summarizing the session, India is playing a critical leadership role in expanding the regional and global grid interconnections. Interconnected grids are not just about technology or infrastructure. They represent partnerships, cooperation, trust, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much all for joining us here. Thank you very much. I'll request panelists and speakers to come forward for a group photograph, please. Thank you. Minister, sir.
We now move to the second impact session, a fireside conversation between Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of ISA, and Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Director of Solar Energy Corporation of India Limited. SECI's collaboration with ISA reflects India's leadership in transforming the solar ambition into the implementation, with the ISA working to replicate SECI's successful institutional model across the member countries.
I hope the energy levels are still high. Just one more session after this. And I promise the whole idea is to give as much of knowledge sharing so that you can take back and have deeper. So on this, why are we having this session? When we went to a lot of countries, me personally, there is a thinking that private sector, when it wants to invest in your countries, is asking for too many guarantees on everything. And there is a lot of risk perception and a lot of discussion on different clauses of power purchase agreement. In addition, in certain countries which have a federal structure of both a central and a provincial government, there's a lot of confusion of who will do the solar project's bidding and sign it. We thought what better than to hear from India's experience on Solar Energy Corporation of India that was set up precisely to address some of these questions. So I have with me Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Director of Solar Energy Corporation of India. I will have a fireside chat of about 3 questions that I'll ask him, and we will hope that you will benefit from this. Mr. Sharma, thank you so much for coming. My first question is on risk mitigation. Tell us very briefly, how's the SECI model of risk mitigation of bankable contracts, balancing the interests of developers, lenders, and consumers, can be replicated in other countries of Asia and Africa?
Thank you, Mr. Khanna, for inviting me. And let me tell you brief about the SECI. SECI started its journey in 2011. I will be very brief, don't worry. And we became commercial company in 2015. In 2015, the installed solar capacity in India was 2.8 gigawatt. And after 10 years, with the guidance of Honorable Minister also, in the later stage, now we have crossed 130 gigawatt. It is almost 40 plus times. So that speaks about the SECI. Regarding that risk mitigation, SECI is not only about the risk mitigation, it is about tendering company. We are also the demand aggregator. We are also market maker. We are also innovator because we are bringing out so many different kind of products in the market, be it solar, wind, hybrid, because we are not in solar energy. We are also into the other RE space also, like wind. We are also came out with the RTC round the clock. We are also assured peak power. We have also brought out one FDRE, firm and dispatchable renewable energy, which is matching the load of the state discoms. So tenders are designed like that only. Apart from that, we are also mitigating the risk of the developers or investors who are putting up their projects. And if the discoms are not paying in time, so SECI is in between. We are guaranteeing them to pay on time. We are proud to say that SECI, since its inception in 2011, we have not defaulted a single payment for a single day. Regarding that replication of that model, first and foremost is government or political will. So government and political will culminate into the policies, regulations like that. Apart from that, hand-holding and facilitating the developers apart from mitigating the risk also. And result of this may be a kind of SECI formation in between. And that will also give them the tendering which is transparent enough, which is having clauses very, very clear regarding the obligations, regarding the qualifying requirements, which will give them a better playing field so that the many players can participate and get the competitive price. Apart from that, other clauses may also be included so that the force majeure clause, change in law clause in the political situation changes may happen, taxation may change. So those clauses should be incorporated so that the risks are mitigated. Apart from that, yes, payment security is the foremost so that the developers and investors are risk-free. Once they have settled down with the tariff, they are risk-free for the rest of the life of the project so that they will get the payment on time. Thank you.
Thank you. You talked about competitive tendering, and that is a question a lot of countries who are our members have been asking. Can you tell us how has been your journey of the competitive tendering, especially the importance of reverse auction and other mechanisms? And briefly, you talked about FDRE and round the clock. If you can explain that as well. And what will it take for that service or expertise of SECI to be available to member countries?
Yeah, first I will answer the last question. That is, services are always available to other countries, whosoever wants. And that too, right now I can say if it is a kind of a consultancy type of a thing, at a minimal base rate or maybe free of cost we can provide. No issues. Regarding that, how our journey started and FDRE tenders, FDRE is firm and dispatchable. Basically, on hourly basis, we are meeting the demand from the off-takers. So the tenders and the developer has to design technically the tender, and maybe they have to put up 3 to 4 times capacity of the renewable energy so that they can meet the demand of the off-taker on hourly basis. And one more thing, we are proud to say that we have discovered one FDRE tender for Delhi, and the prices came to approximately $5.5 per unit. And if you compare with the present thermal or fossil fuel energy, so that is cheaper than that. Apart from that, these prices are fixed for 25 years. And whereas in thermal projects, the escalation clauses are there, operating cost is going high in days to come. So these are very, very competitive, and we have shown and proved that the thermal energy can be replaced by renewable energy.
Great. Let me ask a question on aggregation again. Can you tell us how do you aggregate demand, and what has been the experience of aggregating demand from states from where you started and where you are now?
Initially, we started to bring out the tenders without assessing the demand from the customers. Initially, we started like that. And based on the discovery right now also, the final decision by the DISCOM or off-taker is taken what the tariff is discovered after that. But right now, we are having so many CEA, which is the technical arm of power sector, which creates that resource adequacy plan. So from there, we can get that which state is going to buy how much power, what is the demand is going to happen in next 2-3 years. So one data we capture from there. Secondly, RPO obligation. Government of India has come out with the RPO obligation kind of a thing, which state has to buy a certain portion from the renewable energy. Third thing, our team is always in touch with the state DISCOMs. What is their requirement? So based on that, we come out with the tendering. And one thing we take it considered decision, if the demand is say 3,000 or 4,000 megawatt, so we don't bring out one tender for the whole demand. We keep it low, maybe 1,200 megawatt or so that the competition will be created and the value for the money for the off-takers will be there so that the competitive tariffs are discovered.
Thank you. One question is the federal structure. If there are countries who have both power sector responsibility from a central government and a provincial government, what would be your advice with a decade of experience of SECI, how to go about setting up a similar kind of an organization, whether you are Ethiopia, whether you are Nigeria or any other country?
In the federal structure, SECI can be the best example, and similar structure can be there, but that should have the knowledge repository, experience, and the clear mandate from the governments. Then only it is possible, otherwise it is not possible. Basically, the government's political will is required.
That's very important. The clarity of the political will, the governance arrangements, and of course the importance of the mandates for doing so many innovation of contracts of FDRE and all have been a great example. My final question is that if you have to give 3 recommendations for any country's energy minister that is thinking about setting up a new institution to manage solar, in addition to the political will that you have mentioned, what will you advise them are the top 3 things that they must keep in mind?
First thing, they have to set up the business environment in their own country so that the local issues are not there. 1. Payment security for any investment or any business. If your payments are assured and on time, both. So if governments can set up those kind of things. And third thing, SECI can be one of the example that can be replicated there. Central agency.
Thank you so much. As you very clearly heard, SECI is really willing to come at concessional or no fees, if at all, for the initial advisory work. So if you are looking to actually do a competitive tender, if you are a federal structure who wants to set up a solar energy corporation, we will work with SECI to do a workshop in your country. If you want to understand evolved tendering process like reverse auctions, FDRE, round-the-clock tenders, please reach out. This is what the private sector wants to do, because eventually you have to create the environment for private sector. So thank you so much. It's wonderful to have you on board.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
wonderful
Khanna,
for
for
great to see
inviting me.
SECI success.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite again Director General of International Solar Alliance to speak on the thematic session of harmonization of the quality assurance provision for the solar energy technologies, a vital discussion on ensuring the reliability and standards across the global solar value chain.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm going to request Dr. Ishan Purohit from ISA to please moderate this session.
Good evening, and thank you very much, DG sir, for giving me the opportunity to host the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome you to this thematic session on harmonization of quality assurance provisions for solar energy technologies, held as a part of 8th Assembly of the International Solar Alliance. As we accelerate towards a global clean energy future, solar technologies, both photovoltaics and thermal, are playing a transformative role. From megawatts to gigawatts, from rooftop to solar park, the development is rapid and expensive. But with this growth comes a critical need quality assurance. Solar energy, by its very nature, it's intermittent in the nature and variable, changing with the location, day and time and season. To ensure safety, reliability and performance, we must embed quality at early stage, from design, manufacturing and deployment and operation as well. This is not just a technical necessity, it is a strategic enabler to bankability. In this session, we will explore how test standards, codes, and institutional mechanisms can be harmonized across ISA member countries. We will be hearing from the leading experts and institutions like IEC, NICE, and SECI, who are shaping the future of solar quality assurance through rigorous testing, certification, and regulatory interventions. ISA is committed to supporting its member countries through initiatives like the Global Quality Assurance Manual and the STAR-C program under Global Capability Center. These efforts aim to build institutional frameworks, foster regional collaboration, and strengthen capacity for testing and certification. So with this, I kindly invite the guest for our keynote speech, His Excellency Mr. Peter Neema, Minister Energy from Papua New Guinea. I request him please take a seat on the dais. I request Dr. M. Rihan, Director General of NICE, please come on the dais and take a seat. I'm looking for Honorable Minister from PNG. Okay, so I know the schedule is a bit tight today. Please come. So directly jumping on my initial presentation, short presentation to setting up the context, may I request to open the first presentation, please. So the harmonization of quality assurance and provisions. I am categorically not mentioning a term standard here because we need to be on a common platform. I know that journey of solar is really encouraging, but not uniform across the globe. Several markets, several countries it is commercialized, and several countries are just initiating. So the way I'm, trying to structure this is, please, first of all, whenever you are thinking or talking about solar, it should not like that solar PV modules are coming in your mind. It's just a technology, but the market and the globe is flooded with n number of technologies and solutions. So there is solar PV, there is solar thermal, and now there are parallel technologies, especially battery energy storage system, and lot of now, as Mr. Sharma has mentioned, that the way SECI has developed the hybrid and FDRE type of projects. So it's not solar only, but quality control is essential for all segments. Next slide, please. Yeah, so if we see solar energy technologies, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go in the deep dive on and just elaborating what solar energy is, but just in order to set the context, among all energy sources, whether it is conventional, whether it is nuclear, whether it is non-conventional, the uniqueness of solar energy is its variability. It can give you the solution from milliwatt, autonomous powering of a watch or a calculator screen up to gigawatt. And we can consider both as a project. None other technology gives you this flexibility. And same thing with the solar thermal. It can give you a temperature of up to temperature of sun. It means up to 5,000 to 6,000 degrees centigrade we are talking about. Already, around 3,200 degrees centigrade through solar concentrator has been achieved. But if you see our applications, maximum it is up to power generation, it is around maximum 700, and some industrial processes might be up to 1,200 degrees centigrade. So you know that we have lot of flexibility, and lot of applications could be developed around it. And then we are talking about energy storage clubbed with solar. So it is also following same type of trend. It can give you milliwatt hour to megawatt hour, even gigawatt hour. So one side it is very good that we are having this much of range or this much of bandwidth of application, but other side we need a proper quality control mechanism for it. Next one, please. So why quality control is important for solar? And as we are having, the delegates from multiple countries, 10, 15 years back when solar journey was started in India, this was the big question. If we are having a solar PV module, how it will be, surviving for climatic condition like in India? Because if you see, India is ideal example for, worldwide, whatever climatic conditions are existing, all India is experiencing. Our bandwidth of ambient temperature is from -60 to +50. So we are having 6 climatic zones and we are having a typical test standard, and that is working. So there is a difference in solar and basically the thermal. Thermal is I will say very simple to predict in terms of its firm and dispatchable things. We know that there is some specific calorific value associated with coal. We are burning in that closed chamber, closed physical conditions. But solar is not like that. Some module manufacturer can give you guarantee of efficiency, guarantee of its surface area, but nobody can guarantee the sun. And that's why this is very, very critical. So the quality assurance is not only in terms of setting up and testing and standards, but how you are going to implement those standards through which specific institutional mechanism, that is very important. And this is the uniqueness of India, and this is the story which could be replicated in other part of the world. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I'm just trying to establish that how this implementation mechanism in India is, working, and how this could be leveraged. So there are academic institutions like IITs, our universities, they are working on research and developments. There are test standard developing institutions like IEC, Bureau of Indian Standards, ISO. So the studies are being converted in form of test standards, and then these are implemented by government. So there is a separate department called Bureau of Indian Standards, which actually make all standards mandatory. They do basically all sort of research, whether adopting international standard and do them Indianize, or whether developing separate standard, as in solar thermal, a lot of Indian standards are existing which are different than others, global standards. Then it comes to NABL, who actually accredit the laboratories who do these type of testing and do the certification for manufacturers or the developer. And there are test centers like National Institute of Solar Energy and some private institutions who do the testing and standardization within the country. And if you see the way it is structured, guidance is given by, just putting one step back. So when we are talking about the product, testing and standardization is being done by institution, but when we are developing a project and implementing on a grid, then Central Electricity Authority comes with a guidance. And as per their guidance, the compliances of grid code and other safety measures, one need to follow the guidance. CEA usually, give those guidances. Then Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is there, which is having their under their portfolio as NICE, I have just mentioned, Solar Energy Corporation of India, who does auction and introduce new type of products, and institutes and financial institutions like IREDA, who is basically dedicatedly, financing renewable energy projects, and today they are having a portfolio of around 27 gigawatt capacity. So next one. So what exactly we are proposing? So ISA member countries, we are having STAR-C. They are working with the STAR-C, and STAR-C will be linked with the GCC, which ISA is structuring, Global Capability Center. And Global Capability Center will be having interaction with and participation with NICE or TUV and these type of testing entities. So this is the holistic structure we are proposing. This is two dimension. What is? First one is we are willing to develop a global capability, quality assurance manual, and then how to implement that implementation mechanism. So this is on nutshell what on testing and standardization we are proposing. With this, I will kindly request Mr. Peter Naima for keynote speech on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Esteemed colleagues and friends, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On thematic session, harmonization of quality assurance provisions for solar energy technologies. It is a great honor to join you all today at this pivotal thematic session hosted by the International Solar Alliance. We gather here not only as energy ministers, policymakers, and stakeholders in the solar energy sector, but as architects of a sustainable future, one that is powered by clean energy, guided by innovation, and anchored in trust. Solar energy technologies are at the heart of the global energy transition, with projections estimating over 4.6 terawatts of solar PV capacity by 2030 and 560 gigawatts thermal already deployed through solar thermal collectors. The scale of transformation is unprecedented. But with this scale comes a responsibility to ensure that every solar installation, every component, and every system meets the highest standards of quality and reliability. Quality assurance is not a technical formality. It is a strategic imperative. It is the foundation of investor confidence, the guarantee of safety, and the assurance of long-term performance. When we speak of quality, we speak of fitness for intended use, a commitment that solar technologies will deliver expected outcomes in a safe, sustainable, and bankable manner. Across the world, countries have made commendable progress in establishing codes, standards, and certification frameworks. International standards such as IEC 6125 for modules, IEC 62109 for inverters, and IEC 61427 for batteries have become benchmarks. In the solar thermal domain, standards from BIS, ICO, and ASHRAE are being adapted to suit local conditions. These efforts are vital, but they must now evolve into a harmonized global framework, one that enables interoperability, scalability, and mutual recognition. India's leadership in this space is exemplary. Institutions like the National Institute of Solar Energy, NISE, TUV Raynal, and UL India are conducting rigorous testing aligned with both national and international standards. The Solar Energy Corporation of India, SECI, and the Central Electricity Authority, CEA, have embedded quality assurance into procurement and grid compliance frameworks. These are models worth emulating. The International Solar Alliance, through its StarSea initiative under the Global Capability Center, is uniquely positioned to facilitate this harmonization by leveraging best practices and supporting member countries in contextualizing international standards. ISA can help build solar ecosystems that are resilient, investor-friendly, and globally competitive. Today's session is not just a technical dialogue. It is a strategic conversation we must deliberate on. How international standards can be adapted to local contexts, how StarSea can institutionalize quality control across ISA member countries, how tenders can embed enforceable quality clauses, and how stakeholders can manage and mitigate risks during implementation. Let us commit to a future where solar energy is not only abundant and affordable, but also trusted and transformative. Together, let us build a global solar community that thrives on excellence, collaboration, and shared purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, I kindly invite the esteemed speakers of the session, Mr. Vimal Mahendru from International Electrotechnical Commission, IEC, Dr. Biranji Bora, Deputy Director Technical from National Institute of Solar Energy, Mr. Sridhar Singh, General Manager Solar Park from Solar Energy Corporation of India. Please come on the dais and take a seat. I request Honorable Director General ISA for his opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. There's a lot of information flow, but our job is to be the knowledge repository. So apologies if it at 4:30 sounds like a heavy discussion. Testing and standardization are essential for solar energy technologies to ensure safety, reliability, and performance, which in turn fosters market confidence and drives industry growth. Testing evaluates the durability and efficiency of solar panels under a range of conditions, while standardization creates a uniform baseline for quality that benefits manufacturers, investors, and consumers alike. The appropriate quality assurance measures enhance the performance and reliability, safety, market growth, and consumer trust, supports grid integration, enable international trade and collaboration, and encourage innovation and continuous improvement and promote sustainability and environmental impact. Support for testing and quality control of solar technologies has been a continuous key ask from every minister that I have met, whether at the RCM or my visits. It's a key ask, and today we are taking initiatives in the direction of three parts. First, development of a quality assurance manual for solar energy technologies and systems, be it for modules, inverters, batteries, collectors, water pumping systems. Support the member countries to establishment of an institutional framework, as Dr. Purohit mentioned, to enable quality assurance practices and certification effectively. And for that, we are very pleased that we are exploring collaboration with National Institute of Solar Energy, NICE, MNRE Government of India, of testing and capacity building through the Global Capability Center, under which StarSeas will serve as regional test centers. ISA and NICE are strengthening this partnership and working on this implementation plan, which we hope to come back to you by end of this calendar year. NICE, as you all know, is a pioneering institution in India, which conducts the testing and certifications of solar energy technologies and systems as per globally accepted test standards. To support ISA member countries on mapping of solar resources through high resolution and accuracy and developing the standard tools for decision making. This is the third part I want to say. because there are a lot of solar atlases that are available, but there is a need for having a very customized solar atlas available to our member countries. Harmonization of the codes, test standards, and technical specifications of solar energy technologies could address the quality control risk, enhance bankability, and ensure the long-term reliable performance of solar energy projects. The speakers of this specific thematic sessions are therefore an ideal mix of proprietor of test standards, as IEC person is there, testing and certification institutions by having NICE, and solar project auction and execution entity by having SECI. I'm sure all the countries would be benefited through familiarization with the testing and quality control practices and processes of solar energy technology and systems. This is just the start of the journey, but a very important program that ISA is committed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, I invite the first speaker of the session, Mr. Vimal Mahendru from IEC for the presentation. Please. IT, please flex second presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ishan. First of all, namaste and thanks for the opportunity to be here amongst you today. I want to especially thank the Honorable Minister, Director General Khanna, the Excellencies and the delegates for this opportunity to actually talk about something I'm personally very passionate about. That is standards, sustainability, and our shared future. For this, I have a short presentation in which I will be talking about some of the key aspects. But I'm delighted that IEC already has been mentioned several times, so I don't need to talk about the 100 years or more that IEC has been around for standards and standardization work. I'm also delighted that there was mention of direct current technologies by Mr. Mendonca from Siemens. Director General Khanna mentioned AI engineers not knowing electricity and electrical engineers not knowing AI. Hopefully I will try and address that, as well as Ms. Gurleen in the earlier presentation on Sunrise technology. Sunrise, she was talking about battery circularity and the circularity standards for that. Hopefully I'll address all of this in the next 12 minutes. IEC, I'm sure you are fairly familiar with. It's one of the oldest standardization bodies in the world. Let me go on to the next one. Why do we do what we do? In reality, the world around us is totally evolving. There is a convergence of technologies. Electricity is no longer just electricity in the conventional sense where there were power plants, transmission lines, substations, and then distribution and consumption. It's all becoming a mishmash because each one of us can personally also generate electricity on the rooftop. So it's becoming an all-electric and connected society. This is requiring a new way of looking at standards and standardization so that every consumer becomes a producer of electricity and every producer is also a consumer. This is a paradigm shift that we see. The second thing that we are seeing is, end of the day, even standards, conformity assessment, whatever we are saying, all this is not helpful if we are not able to address sustainability. That is at the heart of all that we are doing. So sustainability has to be addressed. If we are not sustainable, then what? That's the question that we need to answer together. And the third, international organizations like the ISA or the IEC, they exist through trust of their members. IEC today has 173 member countries, and we carry with us the trust of 173 countries collaborating on writing meaningful standards for the world. Since we are talking about solar PV, there's a lot of text on this slide, but I just wanted to share, if you want to go through A through Z of solar PV related standardization, not just the silica that goes in or the solar PV panels or how to test them, how to install them, how to manage them, operate them, train the people who are using them, train the people who are going to be maintaining them. Also for end of use life of solar PV panels, all those standards are written in IEC. Of course, there is an extra slide which is hidden right now, which lists all the standards that are part of this compendium that we have. Quality of work is also very critical. That's the reason why IEC has a renewable energy conformity assessment program where we are issuing certificates for projects and products that are complying to IEC standards. This is a very important work that we do. Some of the key components are mentioned here, but this IEC-RE also looks into complete projects as well. Direct current. There was a time we were only talking about HVDC, which was about taking a lot of electrons from one place and transporting them long distance to another place, many times between countries also. Direct current technologies have evolved. There is now need for medium voltage DC, so that once you have transported, the consumption also has to be addressed. So that's where medium voltage DC, so that from substation downstream, also DC technologies can be implemented. Low voltage DC. In this hall where we are all sitting, my voice that you hear, the lighting, the screens at the back, these are all working in DC natively. It is only some archaic systems which lead us to still have alternating current coming to the walls, and then we use adapters or transformers to convert AC to DC so that we can consume electricity. Why not have solar PV panels on the rooftop and consume directly as in DC itself? That is where real energy efficiency kicks in. And IEC is doing standards for HVDC, MVDC, and LVDC. Interestingly, in September, that is this year, last month, the IEC had its annual general meeting in India in this very hall, and India secured the Global Secretariat for Direct Current Technology Standardization. So this standardization work is being led by BIS in India now. When we talk about solar PV in rural electrification, there are multiple use cases and applications. Of course, we've heard about lighting. IEC has standards which comply with the World Bank multi-tier framework for electricity access. We are already writing standards for solar-based PV cooking, solar PV-based cooking solutions, also for refrigeration for clinics and health centers in rural communities. So there is a lot of work which already exists in this. Circularity is important because I heard it in several of the sessions today. Of course, IEC is writing complete set of standards for circularity, or how to even manage circularity. The main idea is to deliver material efficiency, address circularity in the design itself, something which came up in the first session also. And third, which is absolutely critical, is the carbon footprint verification. That is equally important to make sure that the process of creating circularity is not itself becoming a burden on the system. Last but not the least, IEC this year is also once again participating in Brazil in the COP30. If some of you are there, please Welcome to the IEC Pavilion. I will personally be there to receive you, and if there is anything that we can try and address together, it will be a pleasure. The main purpose of being in Brazil is also to bring our message to the global community, but also to listen to you. And that's why being here in this session has been very helpful, because I'm taking back a lot of inputs which I can go back to the bunch of geekish engineers who will at least know what the world is expecting of us. This is the last slide, and I always try and conclude with this question. What kind of world will our children and grandchildren inherit? I grew up in a small town in India, in Punjab, where clean air, clean water, I could drink from any stream or tap. It was never a concern. Unfortunately, we cannot say that today. Is this real development? To really create meaningful development, we need to do more, something that our children and grandchildren are proud of. And when I address that, this is really at the heart of what I am trying to do at the IEC, leading to an all-electric, connected and sustainable world. We are looking for growth through this initiative, and very humbly we would like to support all the initiatives that ISA is taking. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
And thank you so much, sir. IEC is a pioneer institution, and globally standards are being followed by solar industry. With this, I request Dr. Bora from National Institute of Solar Energy for presentation how they are implementing IEC test methodologies in testing and certification.
Honorable dignitaries, I would like to thank ISA for having us here to talk about what we are doing at NICE regarding this testing of solar PV modules and systems. So as we know, India is going for installation of big PV power plants. So in this particular case, NICE is working in the testing and certifications of different components of PV power plants. We have different verticals at NICE. However, in terms of testing, we have facilities like solar radiation calibration facility, module testing facility, then solar thermal system facility, battery testing, water pumping, inverter, as well as solar lighting testing facility. So I will go details about what are the standards we are following in this particular case. So before going to that, I think in India, we are following the quality control order released by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy regarding these solar PV modules and components, where if you want to sell any components in the market, then first you have to qualify as per these standards. There are different standards, IS standards you need to qualify, which is somewhat equivalent to the IEC standards. For crystalline silicon PV modules or thin film modules, you have to qualify this 14286 as well as 6170. Then storage battery here and inverters for power systems as well as utility grid. So there are different standards which is need to be compulsory. You need to first test the system as per this, then only you can enter the market in India. Coming to the test facilities at NICE, we are having facility testing of PV modules as per different IEC as well as IS codes for PV modules. These are the tests for type testing, as well as we have testing facility for bifacial panel also. Other than our QCO, we are also having facility for testing of PV modules for an energy rating, as well as salt mist corrosion or potentially induced degradation testing, which is one of the major requirements in Indian climatic conditions, because in some of the climatic conditions we have high humid and high temperature regions, as well as salt content maybe there in the environment. So that's why in some of the tenders, these are the standards people use to make it mandatory. Other than that, we have facility for outdoor testing, as well as we are doing the long-term performance testing of PV modules, and we are checking the reliability of the technology, what are the degradation, what are the reliability issues for different environmental conditions. Also, we are in the business of checking the power plant health, as well as performance guarantee assessment for different power plant for different climatic zones of India. In case of inverter testing facility, we are having facility for testing the efficiency of the system, as well as safety of the inverters, or also regarding this islanding and or battery surge controller testing facility we have. Also, we have facility for doing the testing of IP testing. We are having a big facility for this IP testing. We can do up to 2 meter by 2 meter systems for these particular cases. For solar lighting systems, in India right now, we don't have any standard mandated by quality controller order. So that's why MNRE has specified some technical specifications which is related to the LED-based systems, where you can, the manufacturer need to check their product as per these MNRE specifications, and if they are qualified, then only they can sell in the market. Also, we are having facilities as per LM79 and IS 16106, which is not mandatory yet for these Indian cases. For battery testing facilities, we are having facility for testing of lithium-ion LED as well as nickel-cadmium batteries for different sizes. For solar water pumping systems, also in the same case, in the same way, we don't have any particular standard for these solar water pumping systems, because in India we have 6 climatic zones. Already Dr. Isantan mentioned about that. So for 6 climatic zones, our radiation level and temperature level are different. So based on that, what will be the passing criteria for a particular pump? This need to be decided, and that's why MNRE has specified some technical specifications based on the hot and cold climatic conditions, and based on that, their procedures are developed, which is followed by ministry. So other than that, we are also having facility for this IS 17018 as well as 62253 IEC standards. We can do this test as per these particular cases. We are also offering the calibration services to different stakeholders. One is the calibration services regarding the radiation measurement devices like pyranometer or reference cells, where we are having traceability with respect to WRC, World Radiometric Center. We are offering these services now. For golden module calibration, you can say reference module calibration, we have established this facility, or we are doing the testing as per IEC 60904. For this facility, our uncertainty level is less than 1.6%. In terms of PMAX, we can go for 2 meter by 3 meter by 2 meter module, and we can give the golden module to the different customers. Also, for we are having facility for solar simulator calibration. This is, I think, if you know about this technology, then we have to check what is the solar simulator people are using to do the testing, and it should be as per. There should be some light stability should be there, non-uniformity should be checked. Need to check the spectrum. So we are offering these services also. We are doing the solar simulator calibration on site for different cases. Also, we are having a facility for electrical and thermal calibrations. For solar cell and material characterization, we are having facility for, we are having Class 8 clean room facility, where we are having different equipment to do this characterization of the solar cells before making the solar cells, as well as after making the solar cell, and before going to the module itself. We are having facility for, in terms of solar thermal, we are having facility for solar cold storage testing, where we are checking the, as per the, actually, there are no particular standard right now available either in the IEC or BIS. So that's why NICE has developed these testing standards and for these particular cases, and we are doing these tests for solar cold storage. NICE is also capable of developing the in-house test procedure where there is no standard available. Like right now, there is no standard available for cleaning devices of PV module in terms of reliability and performance, as well as also there is no standard for nano coating that is applied over the PV modules. There are also NICE has developed in-house test procedure as well as solar AC and solar PV-based induction cookers. There we have already developed some standards. Recent contribution of NICE regarding this drafting standards is the one of the requirement is the we need to develop the guideline for solar water pumping systems where there is no testing procedure available. So NICE has developed that. NICE has also developed the testing procedure for the solar lighting systems for India. Also developed the series guidelines for different PV module with different bill of materials. NICE is also involved in the quality control of PM Surya Ghar Yojana, and NICE has developed the market surveillance of PV modules because at the time of measurement of a PV module in the lab and what is the product is going in the market, that need to be checked. So for that actually NICE has developed a mechanism for these particular cases. NICE was also involved in the development of star rating for the PV module and inverter and quality control order of MNRE as well as testing the standard development for the solar cold storage. I think this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bora, for being so crisp and focused. And as you know that NICE has always been doing pioneering work in area of testing and standardization. Recently, NICE has published a solar potential map for India using very high resolution satellite data. With this, I will invite, I'm inviting Mr. Sridhar Singh from Solar Energy Corporation of India to share the perspective how SECI is taking quality control measures in their auctions and projects. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Minister for New and Renewable Energy and distinguished guests. So I will just start regarding the practices to ensure quality and performance standards in solar auctions. The ISTS, it's related to ISTS solar tenders, where connected solar projects enabling pan-India power trading through transparent e-auctions happen. The quality standards we follow, compliance framework ensuring project meet MNRE, CERC, CA guidelines and grid codes. Then the payment security is there, which gives a robust financial mechanism providing security to developers and ensuring project bankability and investor confidence. And finally, the developer benefits with a 25-year PPA, which has got a easy bankability, and the LOA security is there and a long-term revenue certainty for the solar power developer. So the ISTS solar tenders of SECI are located pan-India and are connected to the national transmission grid, enabling efficient power trading across states. The structured tender framework combines transparency, quality assurance and financial security to attract leading solar developers and ensure project success. This is also we are following the rigorous quality framework where all projects have to comply with MNRE, CERC, CEA technical standards, ensuring long-term reliability and performance. The payment security mechanism is there, which ensures that the developer have confidence and the bank and the project is easily financed. The technical standard verification and compliance checklist what we follow is the CEA connectivity certificate confirming grid interconnection approvals. Then we check the lease and land documents with clear title so that the project never lands into future troubles or problems. Regulatory and grid compliance, wherein the state nodal agency approves the renewable project. We have got the long-term access from the central utility and CERC regulation compliance for tariff and scheduling and grid operating parameters. Core technical standards. We follow CEA regulation and compliance framework. All solar projects adhere to CEA technical standards for connectivity to the grid, regulations 2007, amended in 2019 and subsequent updates. All components also conform to relevant IS/IEC standards for quality, safety and 25-year service life. The modules have to qualification standards which are as per the different IC standards for different types of module types. Like crystallines have to be IEC 61215, thin film IEC 61646, concentrator has to be as per IEC 62108, safety testing IEC 61730, and corrosive environments have to comply as per IEC 61701. Performance and warranty standards, strict performance warranties ensure long-term reliability and energy generation. So we have got standard conditions which the developer has to apply for the modules which he is procuring. The PCU and the cables and components, all these have to be as per the IC standards, and they have to be warranted for a minimum 5-year comprehensive coverage. The cables and balance of system also have to follow all the IC standards. Performance monitoring is so performance monitoring also happens where when all the measurements have to be reported to the sites, to the central monitoring unit, and the module also has to be, as RFID tag is there, which we can check the manufacturing details and everything of the modules. The modules have to be ALMM compliant and documentation is required. Also, the safe disposal and end of the life management is to be ensured by the developer. Grid compliance, CRC regulation and interconnection, ISTS interconnection, ISTS and intra and interstate interconnections as per CERC and SCRC regulations have to be ascertained. There has to be a grid interconnection standard also, all designed compliant with grid code, safety standards and operational procedures for stable, reliable integration. Connectivity requirements and transmission responsibility. The connectivity must comply with the CRC General Network Access detailed procedures. The CTU approval for connectivity configuration specification has to be ascertained, and transmission system responsibility is full responsibility vests with the developer. Construction of transmission lines as per specification and wheeling charges and all other charges have to be borne by the developer. Metering, energy accounting and forecasting also vests with the developer, and he has to bear everything. The pooling substation and multiple project configurations. Individual project energy recording and SPD signature is required. Energy accounting divided and early demarcated per project. Transmission losses between pooling and ISTS substation apportioned. All these are into the scope of the developer, and reactive power and everything has to comply as per the grid requirement, and this is also established by the developer only. This is the general network access, which is taken by the DESCOM, the power consumer, and the connectivity and mitigation requirements. Developer has to maintain connectivity and operational compliance throughout the PPA tenure to avoid any default scenarios. The project is commissioned wherein a 60-day notice has to be given to SECI, and based on that, SECI does the inspection and all, and 7-day notice is given to RLDC and buying entities for trial run and repeat trial run commencements. These are the technical documents which are required. It is basically the connectivity application which you make to the CTU, the CEIG approvals which you have to take for all the plant you have established, metering arrangements approval from the CTU grid we have to take, and compliance and approval certificates, all like plant layout and SLDC and all approvals, they have to be taken before this plant gets finally commissioned. So trial run and COD and inform power offtake. The trial run process validates project readiness and establishes commercial operation date. Developer must submit COD certificate confirming installed capacity. So trial run notice, 7-day notices to be given to SECI and RLDC also. And this, after that, the trial run is over, the COD is declared and the power supply starts. The performance bank guarantee encashment happens only when in case of a default. There are certain conditions based on which the default is established. Otherwise, if there is no default or if there is a force majeure, then extension can be given. There is a special payment security mechanism which makes the developer have confidence in SECI, and there is also a tariff protection and a back-to-back PPA structure. It's the same payment security mechanism. So you can see that in the past years, past 5 years, there has been a substantial growth in the tender execution by SECI, and it is really a success which we can see we have achieved. So I on behalf of SECI would like to invite everyone to follow, to give us a chance to work with you. We can have a better interaction and develop your system so that you can also gain success like we have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. And with this, we came at the end of the session. So I request Dr. Mohammad Rehan, Director General, National Institute of Solar Energy, for a brief way forward and closing remarks.
Honorable President, Assembly, Co-President, all the other dignitaries, all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. Our colleague from IEC talked about the importance of electricity in the modern world, connected world. So, in electrical engineering, we used to refer to a major power failure as blackout. But in this modern world, keeping lights on is probably the least important thing, because electricity is running our whole world. And that is why it is important from the point of view of ensuring sustainable development. So that guides us, our initiatives, our developments, and I'm sure you have heard about the way we have adopted solar energy from 10 megawatt in 2011 to 130 gigawatt, and then numbers for 2030, 2047 and 2060. And the 3 NDCs and 5 Panchamrit goals are our guiding principles. But when we talk about this transition, it is keeping sustainable development in mind. So the quality assurance is also an integral part of sustainable development, because you want the product to serve you for its complete life. That is where this testing and standardization is an integral part of sustainability issues. And this panel has, this session has very comprehensively covered all the initiatives, all the important parts. I'll try to summarize what has been our experience, what is the system which we have developed. So basically it involves, first is the institutional foundation. So we have Bureau of Indian Standards, which follows the IEC and other international standards, and keeping track of that and updating the standards. And they have a dedicated sectional committee to solar PV systems also. Then the institutes like National Institute of Solar Energy, so NISE is not simply a testing lab. Basically, we work with the industry and we ensure we try to work in the way that the product is tested as well as it is improved also. Then we have institutionalized the policy and incentives which link quality with incentives. For example, our ALMM scheme, which ensures the manufacturing good practices, better quality, as well as our PLI scheme, which incentivize the higher efficiency, production of higher efficiency components. Then we have tried to develop multiple affordable, practical, decentralized testing centers and systems. And very important part is training the workforce also, because you need people who can conduct these tests, who can properly conduct these tests. And one more thing which I would like to highlight is the use of digital tools, data transparency and traceability. So we have, in our institute itself, we have developed a portal through which we are following all the modules in the first stage for those projects which are centrally funded. And it may be extended later to other modules also. This is helping in ensuring quality, as well as a very important issue is how to address the recycling of these panels when they complete their life. So if we have this traceability, this will help us in implementing a system for their recycling also. So this is, in this session, we have broadly talked about the setup, how we work in our country. And we look forward to share our experience with you in detail also, and to learn from you also what is your experience and how we can assure the quality in the area of solar energy, extending to all the components involved. So with this, I thank ISA for making us a part of this and arranging such an important discussion. Thank you so much.
So this is the end of the session. May I request for a group photograph of all distinguished guests and panelists? Thank you so much.